A very warm welcome to all the honorable dignitaries and the students of ICAI and the winners of the National Talent Quiz and Debate Competition 2023. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our guests? And I would like to put a light upon the grand finale of our national level CA Students Talent Search. We would commence this occasion by the lighting of the lamp. So I would request our Honorable Chairman CA Debayan Patra, ICAI EIRC, please give a round of applause for our Chairman CA Debayan Patra to please. And I would also request CA Sanjeev Sanghi, the Vice Chairman of EICA SA of ICAI, to please come forward with the honorable dignitaries, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, immediate past President, ICAI Chief Guest, and CA Mangesh Kinare, Chairman, SSEB. And I would also request to come along CA Sushil Kumar Goyel, Council Member, ICAI, and Program Director Team for the lighting of the lamp. So ladies and gentlemen, may we please invite our honorable dignitaries to proceed towards the lamp, our traditional lamp as it's customary in this part of the world, that we commence any auspicious occasion. Thank you so much. Now I would request our honorable dignitaries to please be seated. So I would request the honorable dignitaries to please come up on the stage and please sit with us. I would request everyone present in the auditorium to please rise up for the ICAI moto song.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 kamurusho Purusho Nirvimanaha Nirvimanaha Tadeva Shukram Tad Brahma Tad Brahma Tadeva Mritamujjate Tasmin Lokaha Shitaha Sarve taduna tyati kaschana Etat dvaita Etat dvaita Etat dvaita Etat dvaita Etat dvaita Etat dvaita.
Thank you so much. We are delighted to announce a momentous event that promises to be a pinnacle of intellectual prowess and a celebration of the unmatched communication and presentation skills. The SSEB, in its relentless pursuit of excellence, is thrilled to unveil the grand finale of the national level CA Students Talent Search and Intellectual Extravaganza that seamlessly blends the realms of the knowledge, wit, and acumen. This extraordinary event is scheduled to unfold today in the vibrant city of Kolkata. The grand finale stands as a tribute to the dedication and excellence demonstrated by the CA students who have truly embodied the spirit of the competition. Emerging as victors at both the branch and the regional levels, these exceptional individuals have earned their rightful place on this prestigious stage. Here, in the heart of Kolkata, they will engage in a thrilling battle of wits and ideas to clinch the coveted titles of the national level. The SSEB has meticulously orchestrated this national talent contest with the vision of fostering holistic professional development among our students. These contestants serve as more than just a platform. They are a crucible where skills are refined, intellects are sharpened, and futures are shaped. You have the privilege to witness this awe-inspiring spectacle from the comfort of your chosen device. The grand finale will be streamed live starting from 10 a.m. And now I would request CA Vishnu Tulsian, Secretary, past Secretary of EIRC, for felicitating CA Debashish Mitra, our immediate past President, for honoring us by gracing this occasion as the chief guest. Can we have a round of applause for CA Vishnu Tulsian? And can we have CA Debashish Mitra felicitating? I would request Vishnu ji, so please felicitate the chairman of Student Skill Enrichment Board, CA Mangesh P. Kinare, for giving EIRC the opportunity to host the National Talent Hunt of Kolkata. EIRC would also like to felicitate and thank CA Sushil Kumar Goyel, Central Council member, the program director of this grand event, and we would call upon our immediate past chairman, EIRC, CA Ravi Patwa, to the honors. Please give a round of applause for our honorable dignitaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have CA Debayan Patra, Chairman, EIRC of ICA, and I would request him to please come forward for a welcome address. Can we have a round of applause for CA Debayan Patra, Chairman?
Very good morning, each one of you. It is a great pleasure, and I must thank the Student Skill Enrichment Board of ICAI, not only for organizing these kind of programs, which goes on to improve the student skills, but for also giving the EIRC of ICAI this opportunity to hold this national talent search, the debate and quiz competition today here at Kolkata, the Dhano Dhanno Auditorium. And this day, 27th of August, was decided, I think a month back. And at that time, the branch levels and regional levels were also not completed. But finally, this is happening at Kolkata, and it gives the EIRC a lot of pleasure to host this program here. I must thank from the core of my heart on behalf of EIRC to the immediate past president of ICAI, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, for being the chief guest today. To all present here, let me inform you. In the whole of India, there is only one person who can be called the World Congress of Accountants President, and that is no one else other than CA Dr. Debashish Mitra. Let me tell you that the 21st World Congress of Accountants was hosted by ICAI last year under his leadership, and the eyes of the whole world is towards the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India because of his leadership and the work of his team of 32 council members, including him. Friends, the Student Skill Enrichment Board, basically a few years back, the Board of Studies was one. And now there are two parts of the Board of Studies, the academics and the Student Skill Enrichment Board, that is the operations. And you all must be knowing that the new syllabus has been brought in at such a short time. And this was only possible because of the division of duties between the Board of Studies academics and the operations. And we are thankful and we are happy to welcome the chairman of the Board of Studies Operations, CA Kinare, to Kolkata, and for once again allowing us to host this program. Students, let me also introduce you to another person, rather introduce him to you, although he needs no introduction. He is a council member from the Eastern region, like CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, and he was also the chairman of this board, SSEB, last 2 years, contributing a lot towards the enrichment of the skills of the students, introducing various important types of competitions, and today we are happy that he has helped us, allowed us, and has taken care of every minute details of this program. It is only possible to host it here because of him. Please also welcome him with a big round of applause. When it comes to students, in the EIRC, there is ICASA, and the chairman of ICASA is my vice chairman, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, who is also there with us on the dais. I also welcome my other regional council colleagues, the secretary EIRC, CA Vishnu Tulsian, the treasurer EIRC, CA Mayur Agarwal in absentia, CA Ravi Kumar Patwa, the immediate past chairman of EIRC, and obviously there are 4 jury members, 1 quiz master and 3 who would be the judges of the debate, but I am not taking their names now because you should not know who they are, but they are already here. So please also welcome them with a big round of applause. Friends, the best competition is that when you compete with yourself and improve yourself again and again. So today, when you have won the branch level competition, have won the regional level competition, and now here for the nationals, you must have taken a lot of effort, and it gives us immense pleasure in also welcoming you. So please give a big round of applause for yourselves. I am sure that you would be participating in these competitions with a lot of spirit, and it's not about winning, but it's about improving yourself. It is not important whether you win it today or not, but it is important whether you win or lose. You go back and decide to improve more on where you stand today. And that is the excellence that the ICAI speaks of. And friends, remember, some of you will become CFOs and CEOs of big companies in the future. Some of you will become the consultants to those companies. Some of you will become the auditors of those companies. Some of you will become great entrepreneurs. Some of you will become great academicians. And some of you will also like to contribute to ICAI, and like the dignitaries seated here would like to become like them and contribute and improve the ICAI as they are doing. So friends, we welcome you all, and yes, whatever we are doing is also with the support of the ICAI staff members and obviously our vendors. So we also thank them and welcome each one of you to this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Divya and Patra, for these valuable words. Now we have CA Goyel, Central Council Member and Program Director. I would like to give an introduction. He is known for his versatile knowledge and professional services. He is a successful trainer, an orator, a writer, and a fellow member of the Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India, and serving as a Central Council member of the Institute for the third term since 2016. Also served as Chairman of the Eastern Region for the year 2011 to 2012. Presently, he is serving as a chairman of GST and Indirect Tax Committee, convener of publication of CDS Directorate, Vice Chairman Ethical Standards Board. He held more than 300 conferences, seminars, programs, and courses in 1 year on GST to disseminate knowledge about the subject amongst the members. He was the force behind the implementation of the National Call Center of ICAI. He also represented ICAI, an open forum of the World Custom Organization, WCO. He is a regular trainer and acts like a guiding force for the professionals and industries at the large. He has also authored a book on service tax. He's also an editor of the monthly Goods and Service Taxes Bulletin Tax Talk. Please give a round of applause for CA Sushil Kumar Goyel, and I would request him to please come forward and say a few words.
Good morning. Dignitaries on the dais, our Honorable Past President, or as Devyan mentioned, World Congress President. Sir, we have enjoyed the World Congress during your presidentship. Number of things has been done when Devasis sir was the president. The biggest achievement which I consider for student is the setting up of the call center. There is a national call center 99975 99975. I hope all you are availing the facilities. Apart from this, declaring result 20 days before is a great achievement and great help to students. Both the results were declared together, that IPCC result and the final results never happened in the history of ICI. So thank you, sir, for being here. CA Kinare, Chairman SSEB. We are thankful for your presence here, sir. He traveled all the way from Thane to Calcutta to attend this program. And as a chairman of SSEB, doing a lot of things for students, he's taken a target to set up reading room in all the districts of our country. Wherever this ICI is not available, he's trying very hard that it will be done by this year only. And all the digital classrooms, this training which are being conducted in for the orientation class or the GMCS will be converted into digital classrooms, and all the improvement in the computers, lot of things, conferences for the students, and this debate or the quiz competition at the national level being organized. A number of other programs are being conducted by SSEB. A round of applause for him. He is the person who is looking after in the entire country conduct of the orientation classes, GMCS classes, ITT and advanced ITT. Under his leadership being conducted. Thank you, sir, for being here. Chairman EIRC, all you are availing his hospitality since evening, he and Sanjeev. अरे हाँ तो बोलो, हॉस्पिटलिटी है या नहीं? एंजॉय नहीं है? है? It is perfect or not? Thank you. So you should thank the chairman EIRC and the Sanjeev. Sanjeev is looking after student activity and chairman looking after the entire region. So thank you for hosting this and allowing this, allowing our students from across the country to visit Calcutta and enjoy the rasagullas. Rasagullas will be served definitely during lunch. Judges, past chairman, regional council, secretary, ARC, and my friends, congratulations to all of you. No? All of you are regional level winners, being participant today, but still you are a winner and you are representing your region, not only your city or your town, you are representing now the region, and tomorrow I wish this quiz winner will represent the SAFA and win there also. The winner of the quiz competition will participate in the SAFA competition. How many of you heard about SAFA? Okay, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, so you will come to know SAFA. I am not going to tell about SAFA. I am thankful to the entire secretariat of SSEB and the secretariat of EIRC, ERO for trying very hard to deliver the best to all of you. So please enjoy hospitality of EIRC. Thank you being here and wishing all of you a great success. I know you also know that all cannot win, but wishing each one of you to have a best of your performance today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir CA Goyel, for the valuable words. Now we have our Honorable Chairman of Student Skill Enrichment Board, Board of Studies Operation, Mr. CA Kinare. Can we have a round of applause for him? We'd like to give a great introduction about him. He's an eminent chartered accountant with over 3 decades of practice experience. He has garnered a distinguished reputation in the profession of his extensive knowledge in audits, GST, and business consultancy. His accomplishments are not just limited to his practice, but he has also played a pivotal role in the growth and the development of the Institute of the Chartered Accountant of India. His current role as the Central Council member of ICAI and the chairman of the Students' Skill Enrichment Board is a testament to his unwavering commitment to the growth of the CA fraternity. He is also a member of various non-standing committees of ICAI and the chairman of the Students' Skill Enrichment Board. He is also a member of various non-standing committees of ICAI and the vice chairman of the Professional Development Committee and the Committee of the Commercial Laws, Economic Advisories, and the NPO Cooperative, showcasing his exceptional leadership abilities. His achievements are not limited to the professional realm. He is an erudite speaker on ICAI. He has authored many articles in newspapers and has been a sought-after expert on television channels on union budget and GST. Please welcome CA Kinare, Chairman, with a round of applause to please come and give a welcome address.
First of all, thank you for the great introduction. Good morning to all. Respected dignitaries on the dais. Generally, when I'm speaking late, I don't take names of people sitting on dais because earlier people have taken. But since it's a students program, I make it a point to take the names because we must know who all are architects and of this program and who all are behind this program and whose blessings we are going to get today. So, 2 of my good friends in the Central Council, the immediate past president, as has been mentioned, the man who led us in the great World Congress of Accountants. And not only that,
the man who has laid many new initiatives in the institute. Even the new curriculum, I can say, virtually was initiated by him and steered by him. And basically, I wanted him because today is an elocution competition, and I regard him as one of the best speakers I have heard in the Central Council, in a spontaneous speaking or on the spot speaking, right? And that's why I wanted you to listen to him and just imbibe what kind of a skill sets he has in speaking spontaneously. The another friend, as just now spoken, my predecessor, the immediate past chairman of Student Skill Enrichment Board, CA Goyel. Now, frankly speaking, whatever he has done, I am taking it forward. And he's so passionate about these programs. Whenever, this was to be announced, he said, Mangesh, I would like to do it in Kolkata. And I said that it's your right. And I'm very happy to see today he has fully justified, not only justified, immediately I was asking Alok whether we can have such kind of an international programs of quiz and debate and have it organized here. So fantastic arrangement, Sushil bhai. And I must really thank you for this. Formally, although informally, he's my friend, I will not thank him. The hosts of this program, Debajan Patra, chairperson of EIRC, Sanjeev, vice chairperson, and Akas, our chairman, then Tulsianji, the secretary, the immediate past chairman, Patwaji. And as Sushil bhai mentioned, that they have been taking care of you students. And I was just confirmed with Debian that today evening also they are there, so let them enjoy today also. My staff in the Student Skill Enrichment Board, who has been taking a fantastic efforts for taking these activities, because it's a huge, what you can say, the responsibility of doing this skill set development amongst the students. The jury members will be introduced to you now. And my dear, all, I can say, the winners from their respective region. As Sushil bhai mentioned, I must first congratulate you for winning the regional level competition and coming to this national level competition. You're already winners, right? So nothing to worry about what will be there. But जैसे कहते हैं ना कि last which has, so you have to give the performance to the best of your quality, and then whoever is the best on that day definitely will be declared as a national winner, right? And there will be no losers out of this, please remember. We have been taking the efforts to develop these skill sets. We have been taking a lot of programs also, even skill set development programs which we are taking on alternate Fridays, right? Practical training modules. There also we are trying to see where we can help the students, or we can add the skill sets among the students. We have introduced one more National Talent Hunt program, perhaps competition you may be knowing. Another 2 competitions this year, pitch deck competition and fast reading competition. We already had a workshop on that. And I would request you, because you are all winners, national winners, whatever you feel that something should be organized for further development, please let us know. And we will do it, and we will do it immediately. As has been mentioned, that the winners of these competitions go to the SAFA level competitions, and I'm pretty sure that we will win there also, because it's South Asian countries, and definitely our students will emerge as winners. I have a confidence in that. But not only that, I would like, I'm seeing this infrastructure which has been created for quiz. I would like our students, Alok ji, aap jara dekh lena, whatever national level, other than chartered accountancy level, if there are any quiz competitions are like that, in TV also we see some students quiz competitions. I would like ICI students to represent there also, and because we have to come out of our spheres, right? And therefore, please give a fantastic performance, your lifetime performance, so that all will be the winners, and there should be a problem for juries and judges in electing and selecting the winner or the final national winner for that matter. So please do that. My best wishes to you all. I know you are going to be successful chartered accountants, but at the same time, I pray and wish that you will scale up in your other skill set also and emerge as winners in your life. Thank you very much. My best wishes.
Thank you so much, Sir Mangesh, for these beautiful words. Now I would request our chief guest, please give a round of applause for our chief guest, CA Dr. Debashish Mitra, our immediate past president, and I would give a great introduction about him. He is a visionary with strong academic leaning and having deep professional insight. CA Debashish Mitra has been elected as the president of the Institute of the Chartered Accountants of India for the year 2022 and 2023. Dr. Mitra, a senior practicing member, is also a cost accountant, company secretary, holds a master's degree in commerce, law graduate, and a qualified information system auditor. With keen interest in academic research, he has a PhD on the topic, a critical study of Select India GAAP, US GAAP, and IAS IFSR. Dr. Debashish Mitra.
The chairman of the Student Skill Enrichment Board, my good friend Mangesh Kinare, about whom I will speak as I go ahead, my very respected council colleague CA Goyel, about whom also I am going to speak, the chairman of EIRC Devayan Patro, Sanjeev Sanghi, past chairman, immediate past chairman Ravi Patwa, Vishnu Tulsian, the judges, my student friends, the future of the profession. A very, very good morning to all of you. I start off by speaking about, two people, three of us. We entered into council together. I, Sushil and Mangesh. 2016. We all marched into the council. With different, we went on. We had different destinies for ourselves. But let me tell you, last year, and I'm speaking about CA Goyel now. Last year was CA Goyel's year, according to me. He was the chairman of SRSB, and I was the president of the institute. And I saw programs being organized all over India. And he would tell me, come here, come there. And I really did not know how many programs he was organizing. And along with that, he was talking about the National Call Center. He had this project of National Call Center in his hand. Very difficult. If the call center fails, you are going to be in big trouble, right? And CA Goyel was heading that. Today, a lot of things that you see happening, for example, see scholarships and the digital transformation, lot of things have happened because CA Goyel pushed. And I believe, and I was just inquiring with their permission, I'm speaking with their first names. I was just inquiring from Mangesh, and he was saying that CA Goyel drove that this program should be held in the city of Calcutta. So full credit to my good friend CA Goyel, with whom I have spent 8 years in the council till now. Mangesh Kinare and I also entered the council together in 2016. I've seen him evolve, seen him speak on ethical standards. And today, in the management committee and in the council, he's only speaking about the students. Sometimes he speaks about the reading rooms, and we all clap, and we said that yes, he says that his vision is to have reading rooms in all the districts of India, right? He's talking about the transformation. He's saying that the way we are having the ITT classes and all this, they require transformation. The computers require to be changed. He's talking about providing free investment transformation. He's been all for the students. And today, I think on behalf of Devayan Patro and on behalf of all of us who are part of the Eastern Regional Council, including the Vice President who is from Calcutta, but he's flying abroad, that's why he couldn't come today. We thank Mangesh Kinare and Student Skill Enrichment Board for having selected the Eastern region for this very important program. Devan Patra doing very well, living up to our expectations, because we in the Central Council and those of us who come from the Eastern region, including Sanjeev, Ravi, Vishnu, Mayur, you see, we always feel good when people speak well of the region. If they say that Eastern region is doing well, me, Sushil, the Vice President, we all feel good that yes, we are from the Eastern region, right? And those of us who are here from the other parts of the country, if you speak well, it's good. So that's what you see we are. And you see these people in the Eastern Regional Council, they're working hard to see that all of you are made very comfortable. I'm aware that you see the topic, what the National Talent Search is about, quizzing, is also about debate. It is basically going beyond your comfort area, going beyond your curriculum. Let me tell you two stories, and you will see how important it is that whatever you are doing. Yesterday, there was a seminar or conference in the Taj Bengal. CA Goyel was there, Ravi was there, all the regional council were there. I was asked to moderate a session in which amongst the panelists were, Professor of Economics of IIT Delhi and all this kind of people. And the topic was not profession at 2030, but the topic was India at 2030. Now, once the topic was for me, profession at 2030, I can just sleep and wake up and just walk into a hall and speak about it. No problem. Even if I can speak about the topic while sleeping also. Right? So because, being a past president, spoken, I know that topic inside out. But the topic was India at 2030. The first thing, because I knew that Chandrayaan-3 will be a topic of discussion. I knew that how important the inclusive growth India has or whether it does not have would be a topic of discussion. I knew whether India could have a 5 trillion economy by 2030 or whether it can go beyond that would be a topic of discussion. I knew the Data Protection Act could be a topic of discussion. And this lady from IIT Delhi, she said that I am very interested in inclusive growth and Data Protection Act. Couldn't give her enough time yesterday, but she was enthusiastic about speaking on those topics. For 2 days in the aircrafts and this thing, I did nothing but study on India at 2030. Did nothing else but study on that. And what happened was the landing of Chandrayaan-3 in the darker side. We all talk about the lunar side. Somebody said, some journalist from the BBC said, landing on the darker side of the moon. I was wondering, why did he say darker side? Because, mind you, India was the first to do so. India is not the first country to land. Have this thing in the moon, those of us who are going to quiz. Right? But darker side of the moon, India is the first one. The Vikram, the Pragyan, the rover, everything I was reading, I would have never read about all those things, let me tell you. And the contribution of APJ Abdul Kalam, about whom at some point of time somebody or the other is going to quote him, about his quote about the profession partner in nation building. But the contribution of APJ Abdul Kalam in Chandrayaan-1. You see, so many things I was transported to a different world altogether. And this is the world, those of us who are quizzing, we would want to be transported to. Because life is not only about accountancy and audit. Life is something beyond that. Yesterday's topic, it taught me. Those of us who are quizzing, who is the chairman of ISRO now? Somnath, right? Okay. Somebody sent me a video of Somnath yesterday. Mangesh. I just opened the video. Found a man dancing in a party like as if he was enjoying himself. And the way he was giving his dance moves. So I looked at the video. I said, kiska video bheja bhai? Huh? Then down below, it was written, K. Somnath enjoying himself at the success of Chandrayaan 2 and the way he was dancing. The whole world, by the way, is focusing on Somnath today. And here he was giving a message that life also, you have a life beyond science. See that dance video of Somnath. He's gone viral now. Right? You see, that is what, these things, they strike me and they say that, and then today when I was thinking that I will have to speak about the quizzers and the debaters, I thought that let me just speak about all this. Life beyond your curriculum. Mangesh was saying, you need to have new skill sets. 100% yes. Those of us who are quizzing, quizzing is not something you read in the papers and walk in and you find questions. No, it is not. It is a different, you have to make huge preparation for this. Right? Once you see, I read the papers, so I am a bit good in my general knowledge. So there I was walking into a quiz program. And I had 2 or 3 friends and they had high expectation from me. Right? That was about 10 years back. This guy is good, chartered accountant, and he reads the papers and he tells us stories, like I used to tell you stories about Somnath and all this. So you see, he's good at his business. So these other 2 people were all relying on me, that he will answer all the questions for us. The program started, right? And then I found that the questions that were being asked was totally out of syllabus as long as I was concerned. And all my 2 friends who were relying on me, they were highly disappointed. They said that chartered accountants, you don't know anything beyond accounts and audit, right? So that day I realized that quizzing is a different ballgame altogether. You got to spend so much of your time reading material, right? Those of us who are going to quiz, I can fully appreciate. And debating, if you have, we have this GMCS classes, communication skills. I have always said that the communication skills is the first calling card for a chartered accountant. How you speak, what you say is the first calling card. If that calling card is right, the second step is easy for you because you are technically very strong. All of us are. Because you passed one of the toughest examinations in the world. Right? But communication skills, how do you communicate, that becomes so important. And that calling card is becomes so important. And those of us who are debating, you don't think that you have come here, what is going to happen to my exams? And say at home, people might be saying that your parents might be saying that, are you going to pass? Studying, you see, you are going to only quizzing and debating. It is such an important aspect of your life, of your curriculum. The president and the vice president are both going to be in Australia. President is going to land in Australia this night and vice president tomorrow morning. Now, what are they doing? The institute has 47 overseas chapters. We are present in 80 cities, more than 80 cities of the world, 45 countries of the world. We are today the largest accounting body in the world. If you take the students, which is about 8 lakhs, and membership, which is hovering around 4 lakhs into consideration. They are going there to inaugurate the 47th chapter, overseas chapter of the institute at Adelaide. We are now a huge global body. Next time when you see the moto song being played, see, this is something I always talk about and I'm fascinated about. Because this moto song was, you see, developed for the World Congress, right? You see the eagle, our emblem is the Garuda, the eagle. Have you seen, next time you see the eagle flying, have a close look at it, you'll find that the eagle is flying not only over the map of India, but eagle is flying over the globe. Right? We are the biggest accounting body in the world, and you are going to be a member of that. Feel proud that you are part of such a huge organization. Right? So, you see, we are trying our best to see that our destiny, our future is intertwined with the future and destiny of the nation. It is only when that happens that we succeed. You know, I can speak to you, you have clapped that we are the largest, but do you have the respect and dignity which we should command as a profession? That is the biggest challenge that Mangesh, Sushil, everybody in the council faces today. Trying to work hard, trying to give the best to all of you so that you can rise up to our expectations and make us feel proud. To all my student friends, let me tell you, I said about the future of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is intertwined with your future. If you do well, we have the institute and the profession has a bright future. Lot depends on you, how you do it, how you do well. And at the institute, people like CA Goyel and Mangesh Kinare will do everything possible to help you. Wishing all of you the very best and wishing all of you the very best in all your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. And now I would request our Honorable Vice Chairman, EIRC and Chairman ICASH of ICAI, CA Sanjeev Sanghi, to give vote of thanks. Please give a round of applause.
Thank you so much. I guess all of you are still mesmerized with all the inspiring speech by the chairman of EIRC, CA Debayan Patra, by actually the person behind this entire show, the program director and the central council members, who is known for his perfection, who is known for his hard work, CA Sushil Goyel. And I will say the entire organizing which has happened today goes to that one single person, which is Sushil Goyel. Please give a big round of applause to him. Mangesh sir, always known for his leadership, for his innovation, wo jo vision hai na, that we always see from Mangesh sir. And as a chairman of SCCB, we are very thankful to you, sir, for hosting or allowing us to host this program in Calcutta. We are indeed very grateful to you, sir, and Eastern India will always remember this. Thank you so much, sir.
Very good. Very good.
And the person who is known for his excellence. If you see, I always practice speaking and learning. I still catch the podium, but when he speaks, he stands like this, he talks like this, he makes stories, he engages you. Not just inspire you, he engage you, he get a right connect with the person standing at the end of the podium or end of the dais. That is what is going to be seen today. The National Talent Search. You should be proud enough to say that out of 8 lakh students across the country, you have been the winner. You 40 students are winner for these competition, and you should be very, very proud of it. This is a huge battle. This is a battle of intellect. This is the battle of talent. And this is the battle of winning competition. And the stepping stone is today. Because in your entire life, you are going to win competitions, proving yourself, proving your thought, your mindset, and the way you communicate. When Debasish sir was talking, he was talking about the skills of communication. And that's the biggest tool for we as professionals. When we talk about MBAs, we always say that chartered accountants are great performers minus communication. I will say chartered accountants of today are not just great communicators, they are great thinkers, they are great change makers, and they are the people who are transforming the country and getting the country to the position where we are today. Friends, I know there is a huge competition right in front of you. I just want to give some small little piece of advice to you. And the advice which has rightly been said by all of them is to come out of your comfort zone. You already had been a winner. You had been a regional winner. Today is your day. Today is your day to make sure how you connect with each and every person sitting over here. Engage with them with your body language, with your modulation, with the way you speak, the way you prove your point, with your intellect, and last but not the least, with your smile. Because smile is the second best thing you can do with your lips. Yup. Yes. We need to have some humor also, right? And with the presence of mind, and make sure that you inspire each and every one sitting over here, because the day and the time when you inspire people, you feel yourself so confident, you feel yourself so happy, and you go out to the entire world and say, you know what? I've done my best. I've given my 100%. And that is what you need to achieve today. With that, thank you all so much and wish you all the very best.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev sir, for these valuable words. And with this, we conclude the inaugural session of the grand finale of the National Level CA Students Talent Search 2023. Thank you so much. Yes.
All the students are aware debate will be conducted in this auditorium, and quiz is on the hall number 3, ground floor. And so just the quiz, the person who is participating in the quiz, they can move down to the hall number 3. So all the participants, please come here for the photograph, then you go down. Let the students sit there. Please have a seat. All the students, please have a seat. We will sit in the sofas and we will have photograph there only. So please sit from the front line, not from the back line. तो आगे की चेयर खाली नहीं रखेंगे. Now, two students participating in debate, please come on the stage. Any two? Any two persons who is participating in debate may come, please. You just check. You just check whether the program should be here. If you want this to be taken on the floor, we can take it. That will be available. But those who want to speak from podium, whether podium is comfortable here or we can take it down. Because it is a complete nothing required to be seen by the audience. Only your performance is matter. This will be fine. Caller mic interact with the people. Yeah. Caller mics are available. Those who want to use caller mic, please ask the team. They will provide. Any student who want to use caller mic, just ask the team. They will provide whenever your turn.
Hello, check. Hello, mic testing. Hello, check. Hello. सर एक सेकंड बस ना. Check. Hello. 1 2 3 1 2 3. Mic testing 1 2 3 1 2 3.
So now I would request all the candidates to please take your seats as we are going to start the debate competition in few minutes.
Yes, sir. Anindita madam, where is Mr. Karthik? Why in police? Where is the Bazar man? Bazar Bazar कहाँ है? Sir, the road side, इसमें से one question all of जैसे आपने पूछ लिया
So welcome back the candidates and the judges to the grand finale of the national level CA Students Talent Search 2023. So the candidates who are the participants of the grand finale of the national level CA Students Talent Search 2023 have crossed many levels and are the winners of the regional level, and they are Mr. Shubham Jindal from Raipur, Mr. Sriram Prabhuji from Madurai, Miss Udita Sharma from Visakhapatnam, Mr. Kanishk Gupta from Delhi, Mr. Jay Patel from Bilaspur, Mr. Arvind Kumar Saraugi from Faridabad, Mr. Nilesh Bang from Bikaner, Mr. Tushar Kalra from Gurugram, Mr. Shivam Shah from Kolkata, Mr. Kabir Singh Baba from Bangalore. We have Mr. Saurabh Mr. Saurabh from Mumbai, Mrs. Sakshi Durgar from Surat, Miss Aditi Solanki from Chennai, Mr. Dev Goyel from Siliguri, Miss Nishita Harwani from Vadodara, Miss Khushi Lahoti from Jaipur, Mr. Abhishek Chaube from Kolkata, Miss Harmanpreet Kaur from Ludhiana, Mr. Aman Sahu from Bhubaneswar, and Mr. Adit Pradeep Kumar Hariga from Thane. Please give a round of applause for yourself as you're the winners of the regional level competition. We have our honorable jury members with us, CA Ashok Agarwal, an edupreneur in the leading name of the field of commerce education, backing more than 30 years of experience. He is serving as a visiting faculty and academic advisor to many institutions, having groomed many students in commerce, and is a well-known motivator and counselor. Can we have a round of applause for CA Ashok Agarwal? Then we have CA Shashi Bhushan Goyel from Tinsukia, Assam, and he is a practicing chartered accounting and managing and a founder and partner of MS Shashi B. Goyel and Company, and in practice since 1994 in the area of direct and indirect taxes, projecting financing and company law auditing. He served as a lecturer in Tinsukia College, a government-aided college from 2001 to 2005 at UGC sanctioned post. And he is an avid quiz enthusiast, conducted many college-level quiz competitions successfully. Can we have a round of applause for CA Shashi Bhushan Goyel? We have Anil Jain, CA Anil Jain, as the senior partner and the founder of the firm Anil Hitesh and Associates, having more than 2.5 decades of experience in the profession of the chartered accountant. He has specialized knowledge in the field of income tax, company law, GST audit, and tax litigations, etc. Can we have a round of applause for CA Anil Jain?
We'll now just go through the rules very briefly. So the total one debate will be for 12 minutes. We'll have 3 minutes for and against, and then before the conclusion of the 3 minutes, in 2 minutes 30 seconds, we'll have the first bell. And then in 3 minutes, you will conclude your for or against, whichever you are speaking. So that brings us to 3 plus 3 minutes of the presentation. Then it will be followed by 2 minutes each, 2 minutes for and 2 minutes against, rebuttal round. Okay? And counter arguments if you have any. So later, 1 minute for and 1 minute for against. There will be a question round by the judges for each participant. And then we will conclude the first level debate for the first pair.
So, dear students, wish you all the best. Just a little clarification in these rules, as what Madam has mentioned. In the rebuttal round, the total time limit is 4 minutes. So this is the rebuttal round. Whosoever is having, the brilliance, the sheer command can overrule the entire 4 minutes. So that's an open forum for you. And it's not 2 minutes as such for the for or against. In the rebuttal round, I hope I have clarified the point. Fine. So wish you all the best. With this, we're going to start. Yeah. Is there any query? No. Once the rebuttal round will start, anyone can start, right? But please maintain the decency of the forum so that it should at least be audible to our judges. Whenever you are debating in the rebuttal round, it should not be like no one can hear you. So just take care of that particular thing. Yeah, please. No, there is absolutely no restriction. Please. Any other question? No notepad, no paper. There will be nothing on this podium. For the motion, we will be using right-hand side podium. Against the motion, left-hand side podium. Fine? Yes, please. No audience. It will only be within the participants. Okay, no audience. Please support all the colleagues, all of your friends who are coming here, who are representing all from various regions, from various cities. And my best wishes, as already, reiterated many a times in the inaugural round, that you are already a winner at a regional level. So again, no heartbreaking, and just enjoy the moment. Try to give your best. Wish you all the best. Thank you.
Hello. Students, please pay attention. In rebuttal round, you should not overpower your competitor or rival with your voice. There should be depth of the knowledge which will be counting. Okay. Just speaking in high pitch will not do good for you. Okay.
So we are starting with the debate competition, and the first topic for the first round for Team A is corporate social responsibility, a moral imperative. Mr. Shubham Jindal is going to speak for the motion. I would request Mr. Shubham to come up on stage. And Mr. Sriram Prabhuji is going to speak against the motion. I would request to please come up on stage.
All the very best. By the permission of the jury, if I'm allowed to start. When a child is born, his existence, his nurturing, and his growth is all a result of the sacrifice and endless dedication of his parents. The child goes to school, he goes to college, he gets a job. All through the process, each and every fiber of his being is dependent on his parents. Once the child grows up, starts earning, his parents turn old, and it is now time for the child to take care of his parents. When a child indeed takes good care of his parents, according to you and I, he is a responsible child. But according to my worthy opponent, he is an attention-seeking parasite who only takes care of his parents because he wants the world to admire him. Respected members of the jury, to reduce CSR to a mere PR strategy is to make a huge mistake. We mistake secondary outcomes for primary intent. When a company like Tata eradicates illiteracy from 50,000 homes, eradicates malnutrition from 20,000 homes, and lifts 20,000 slums up from poverty, is it really doing it to attract customers? No, sir. It knows of a lot of better ways to advertise itself. The reason why it does it is to repay what, according to our Vedas, is the Manushya Rin, the debt that a person owes to his fellow human beings for giving him a society to sustain himself. According to my worthy opponent, CSR is like going to the Tirupati temple. You do all the sins imaginable, perform the most heinous of the acts, and then donate a small part of your earnings to ease yourself of the guilt. When it comes to companies, you exploit the people, you exploit the environment, and then make millions of dollars out of their misery, and then donate a very small part of your earnings to ease yourself of the guilt. That is exactly what CSR is all about, right? Sir, but if that is the case, then I'm highly interested in knowing why a company like HDFC Bank, whose operations have nothing to do with uprooting even a single strand of grass from land or displacing any single tribal family, spends more than 4 crore rupees of its hard-earned money to combat climate change. Let us look at the double standards here. When the government educates children under the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, and then we see slogans glorifying the government for basically doing its job, we don't seem to have any problem. But the moment a company dares to educate a child and then tell it to the world, my worthy opponent would not waste even a single second to place the company under a microscope and label it as a cynical PR stunt. Before I hand over the mic to my worthy opponent, I want you all to remember the 21st verse from the 3rd chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. Shreyan Swadharmo Viguna Paradharmat Sunishchitat. That it is the footsteps of the great people who have walked on this earth. It is the examples that have been set by them that becomes the benchmark for the entire world to follow. For them, it might be a PR strategy, but for me, it is the most beautiful way of leading by example. And had it not been for CSR, my dear friends, companies would have been responsible for everything, but accountable for nothing. Now, I now request my worthy opponent to kindly address the gathering. A very happy morning, ladies and gentlemen, and the esteemed jury members. I am Sriram Prabhu J, standing here to strongly prove that corporate social responsibility CSR is not a moral imperative, but a PR strategy. Let me start quickly by defining moral imperative. It is a strongly felt principle that compels the person to act. It originates in conscience, the divine voice speaking through the human spirit. On the other hand, public relations strategies are the collection of methods an organization uses to help it move from its current situation to its end goal, which is gaining publicity, improving its customer base, and enhancing its reputation in the minds of the public. And my friend is standing here to say that the companies are actually spending on CSR because their inner voice told to do so. A CSR is done to meet the compliance perspective, but not out of the moral to give back something to the society. It is important to note that the very motto of the CSR is to give back something to the society and rise the standards of the society, because the companies are depleting the resources and the natural stuff. And today, the CSR has become a mere form of gathering new customers. The CSR has become a strategic initiative
that contributes in increasing company's brand loyalty, growing its customer base, and enhancing its reputation. And it's economically benefiting the society as well by making positive changes in the society and its stakeholders. If CSR is a moral imperative, why do you want promotion for that? Why do you want to put that in your newspapers and social websites and social media platforms and all? If your motive is only the positive impact created on the society, you will not spend money to showcase that to the world, right? Also, if CSR is a moral imperative, why is it made mandatory in India for the companies covered under Section 135 of the Companies Act? You know, because most of the corporations only care about making money, and any activity they undertake is to serve the feed their very purpose. Also, I would like to say one example of an FMCG giant company of India, which followed this strategy to deceive the customers. It spent a lot of money in underdeveloped and rural areas to promote, to create awareness amongst them about sanitation and the need of good hygiene. By creating awareness, they were indirectly increasing the demand for the products they primarily dealt with, toiletries and detergents, and it ultimately increased their sales. So my point of view is that companies are mandated by the act to spend some portion of the profits in the name of CSR, and the companies are using this as an advantage, using this as a PR to increase their profits by making them as the socially responsible and attracting the customers by that way. So you cannot outright say that this can be a moral imperative. Thank you.
So question number 1. Why is it legally binding, and why does an individual compass not propel them to follow it, right? Why is it legally binding? I agree, it is the law, and that is why a lot of companies follow it. But sir, the primary point that you're seeming to forget is why that law exists in the first place. The 2% threshold exists because it is a moral imperative for company to give back to the society from which it is extracting so much of resources. And if you tell me that if they do not make it compulsory, everyone will follow it, no sir, it is needed, and that is why it has been made mandatory. Question number 2, why is the company advertising so much? Sir, our own institute, it runs a financial literacy drive, right? Its responsibility is to educate students, qualified chartered accountants. And why is it conducting a huge financial literacy drive? Because it is its responsibility to spread tax awareness. And then the second question goes, why is it spending so much on advertisement? To make people aware of the initiatives that are meant to do welfare of the society, sir. So what are your views on this?
I would like to answer his question. So he's only agreeing to the point that the companies, that the institutions which are spending are promoting for the welfare of the people to make them aware of that. So that is the PR strategy. They are making the customers aware of the products, aware of their services, and attracting the customers by that way. That is what my concern is. They are not doing it for a moral perspective per se. Because, see, as per a report, it says that number of companies meeting the CSR obligation almost doubled in financial year 2021. And the number of profit-making companies which were required to spend CSR but did not reduced significantly in the financial year 2021. You know why? Because in financial year in 2021, January 2021, there was this amendment in CSR rules. You know, you must be aware of that amendment. It says that the companies which are not following the CSR obligations will be legally penalized, and it also gave the benefit of taking credit in the subsequent years for the exceeding spending. So after this changes, you can see the data has drastically changed. So I am saying that this is because of the compliance perspective. This all has been done. If it is not compliance perspective, then it will not be done in the first place. That is my answer.
Sir, Austin, a famous jurist, said law is a command of the sovereign backed by sanction. Command of the sovereign because it is an acknowledgement of the prevailing standards of morality in the society. Today, the prevailing standard of morality in our society is that just like it is not reasonable to say that the very purpose of existence of a human being is just to eat. Yes, eating is a very essential part of human activity. We love to eat, but that is not the very purpose of our lives. Similarly, a corporate person who has extracted its resources from the society, who was given birth by the society, has certain responsibility towards the society, and whether they like it or not. Just like some children, I'm sorry to say, throw their parents out of their houses, but our law makes sure that they do not deprive their parents who spent their life raising them. They do not deprive their parents of Article 21, their fundamental right to life. Similarly, these companies, sir, cannot deprive their Mother Earth of its fundamental right to life and sustainability. That is the very premise, that it is a moral responsibility due to which it is the law. And even if companies does want to use it as a PR, sir, it has to first accept that it is their moral responsibility. And I'll tell you why. Coca-Cola run a very beautiful PR campaign, sir, based on CSR. My worthy opponent might be very aware of it. What was the first line the CEO said, sir? The first line, it said that it is our responsibility to the society to make sure that if we are depleting the resources, if we are, depleting the homes of the people or displacing the people, it is our responsibility to give back to the society. This is not what I say. This is what the CEO has said. Furthermore, sir, I'm very saddened by the very undermining of our profession by our worthy opponent. It is a task of a chartered accountant to tell the world through his audit report if the CSR expenditure of a company is genuine or not. If it's not genuine, if it's only a hoax, then it is our audit report that has to tell the world. And if it is a genuine expense, if actually lives have changed, what is wrong if the company is telling it to the world? If you can, air their grievances, air their dirty laundry in front of the world, why should not they be proud of their achievements? Why should not they be proud that a person who's studying is studying because of Mr. Ratan Tata or an effort by a conglomerate?
Sorry to interpret. So I would like to answer his question. So he's telling that companies are doing this and they are proud of their achievements. And I am telling that is the PR strategy that the companies are following. Thank you so much.
Hello. There is one question for Shubham. Shubham, Modi ji is saying Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. So government is taking care of this inclusive growth. So why should private companies adapt CSR?
Sir, my worthy opponent's name is Sri Ram, and I get remembered of the Ram Setu. So when Ram Setu was being built, a small squirrel, it, was putting in pebbles. Someone asked him, why are you doing it? It is the task of the big monkeys who have the power. What did he say, sir? Tomorrow when history books will remember me, it will not remember me as an armchair commentator. It will remember me as someone who brought a change. And Modi ji also gave us the 5 pran of Vikas. It is not the role of the government it is not the role of the citizen to simply stand back and leave everything on the doors of the government, sir. It is the role of the citizen to make sure that he cares about is run by the government, and where the government falters, we have a right to criticize the government. But at the same time, if we are capable, why should we not step in, sir? And today, corporates control 50% of the world's wealth, sir. With great power comes great responsibility. They have so much of power. They have the power equivalent to that of a government. Why should they not be responsible, sir? That is my only concern.
Okay. Thank you, Shubham.
Shri Ram.
Yes, sir.
Shri Ram Prabhu.
Yes.
Prabhu for all. You are against CSR. You yourself said that CSR is mandatory, made by the law. And at the same time, you are telling it's PR imperative. Are you not contradicting yourself?
Sir, first of all, I'm not against CSR. I'm just telling that companies are using this as an advantage to do PR, to increase their customer base and all. As my opponent also said, that many companies are doing it only for the social motive. But in that social motive also, they're including their profit motive. So it will ultimately serve no purpose, sir. If they're actually doing CSR for the social motive, that will increase their impact in the society. But if they are seeing profit motive also included in that, that will be a advertisement strategy, I would say. And if it is only CSR, then they can voluntarily do many payments, but the data has not showed that many companies are doing voluntary payments as such. Thank you so much.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. You performed really well. And just to inform you, like if one candidate is using the podium and the second is using the stage, then I would request not to cross the half of the stage beyond your candidate opponent.
It is not half. They should remain to their jurisdiction. They should not overlap the period. Half it is mentioned, but they should confine near the podium.
Yes, so they
And
should.
podium should be replaced now.
So we
Please.
take a few minutes break to
Yeah.
set the stage. So I request again, to please stay confined near the podium and don't cross more than half of the stage if you're using your caller mic, right? So next team, B is Miss Udita Sharma and Mr. Kanishk Gupta. So Miss Udita Sharma is going to speak for the motion and Mr. Kanishk Gupta is going to speak against the motion. And the topic for their motion is carbon offsetting. It can truly address climate change concerns.
Year 2015, a man serving family of 5 had to forcefully shut down his factory in Gandhinagar, Delhi. The factory was sealed for more than a month, and the only reason was high pollution in the city. And that man was my father. You see, the government never really capped or penalized the CO2 emissions caused by industries and factories. So when the day finally arrived, the AQI was red at a dangerous level. All they could do is order a complete shutdown of factories in the city. This could have been prevented if government gave the option of carbon offsetting. Carbon offsetting is a way of participating in environment-friendly schemes which reduce the emission of CO2. Countries and companies can even sell their carbon credits. That's why today I am here to tell you why carbon offsetting can truly address the climate change. Firstly, carbon offsetting acts as an umbrella for all green actions like afforestation, hydro energy, solar energy. Secondly, As per research published by University of Texas, carbon offsetting helps companies by giving them an opportunity cost analysis. That means whether producing a commodity at X quantity will fetch them more money or by trading off their carbon credits. Secondly, a report by Morgan Stanley also said that global voluntary carbon market is going to reach $250 billion just by end of 2050. No, it's not as far as colonizing Mars, right? Also, another report published that in 2021 alone, the global carbon offset was 300 million metric tons, which is an incredible number. And if my friend has transparency concerns, then the UN just released the core carbon principles, which focus on enhancing the transparency and ensuring quality credits. Also, we have carbon trust certification, which solves the problem of greenwashing. Secondly, lastly, I would like to say, even India recently banned export of carbon credits. Why? They could have just made more money. The sole reason was to address its Paris Agreement climate change goals. Either we can continue getting closer to the doomsday or we can mitigate it using carbon offset. Thank you for your time and attention.
Have you, am I audible, sir? Sir, am I audible? Have you been offered ice cream when you're sick and cough syrup like a grand follow-up plan? Good morning, respected panel and future CAs. This is Kanish Gupta, and I believe that carbon offsetting cannot truly address the impact and the changes on the climate. Carbon offsetting is just like a process of not holding the major polluters accountable for their emissions and allowing them to continue their business even without reducing the impact. Carbon offsetting is not a substitute for emission reduction. It just talks about trying to compensate for the emissions already done by taking various offset projects that are not even efficient and effective. It is just a marketing gimmick and a perfect example of greenwashing. Greenwashing happens when a company pretends to be a superhero for the environment, but in reality, it is not. Global emissions today, they are hugely immense, and relying on carbon offsetting would require unrealistic and unsustainable level of offset projects. A study in 2019 estimated that to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, we would need to plant 1 billion hectares of trees. 1 billion hectares. That's the area of more than the United States. When the industries, they are made to believe that they can fully offset their emissions, they are not motivated to pursue carbon emission reduction. In fact, they increase their emissions. The European Environment Agency tells us that the aviation sector emissions increased by 27.7% after taking these various offset projects. I think carbon offsetting, it's just like watering the leaves instead of the roots and expecting the tree to grow. If we can justify carbon offsetting, I think we can also justify Adolf Hitler, who conducted mass genocide and tried to propagate his own race. He did the human race offset. I mean, this is absurd. We should not be gullible and fall for these PR strategies. Lord Krishna in the Gita urges Arjuna to address the root cause to solve a problem. And the root cause here, my friends, it is emission itself. Let's look at as a CA. We have TDS system to ensure the stability of the tax revenue. Similarly, only a system of ERS, emissions reduction at source, can help us achieve stability in climate. To conclude, I would just say that we should follow the motto of ICAI and we should be awake in those that sleep. We should not fall for these gimmicks and PR strategies. And we are the future of this country. Together, we can nurture this plant called India and think of the ways that can truly and actually impact climate. Thank you. I would like to ask one question to my friend. Like, you are aware of the various offset projects and the quantum of time and money it's needed to invest on those. just for the ineffective and inefficient results. Don't you think it would be better if we invest that time and money in innovation and research so that we can actually get some breakthroughs in clean energy?
Sir, why do you think there has been no investment? I just mentioned about $250 billion being invested. Even big companies like McKinsey, Goldman Sachs, Microsoft have come together and made a fund to ensure easy investment in these carbon offsetting projects. Ice cream when you are sick might be true for me, but basic vitamins when you're not sick is what helps you not to fall sick. And let me tell you, this carbon offsetting was the idea laid down in 1995 through Kyoto Protocol. Back then, when the world population was not even double or triple, they thought about this. They thought of bringing it, implementing it is a big thing. That's why now in 2023, you're feeling slight climate change effects. Not even huge because of carbon offsetting.
Ma'am, let me address the issue you mentioned, Kyoto Protocol. Ma'am, it was conducted in Japan, and it happened in some United Nations convention. And we know that which country majorly dominates the United Nations. And can you guess which country tops the CO2 emissions? It's the US only. And coming to the offset projects, ma'am, you can go on and invest thousands and lakhs of rupees and you can just dump it. But we need to verify the changes. Are they actually happening? Like you talk about afforestation as the solution of offset projects. First of all, you would need a huge and humongous amount of land. Let's say you get the land also. Then you would need to displace the several communities which are living on that land. It will create social impact also. Let's say there are no displacement also. Then you would need to plant trees. And ma'am, do you know when you plant trees, they are not able for carbon sequestration right just after when they are planted. It takes a lot of time. And the tree mortality rate, that is also very high. So it's not a effective solution. Recently, I planted 3-4 trees, and believe me, I know what quantum of hard work and care it takes to take care of these plants. So, don't you think it would be better to reduce the emissions at the source only?
Sir, I would like to ask you, I would like to tell you to go back to Stone Age, Old Age, where there are no innovations, where there are no emissions. Because when human race is growing,
now
there will definitely be...
We are in the modern age and we can innovate.
We can innovate, and there are enough resources on Harvard Climate Rising where they are investing, where they are building a technology to verify these carbon credits, to verify whether offsetting is actually working or not.
I think when we have such a huge amount and we are investing in the offset projects which are not giving results, don't you think that electrifying our industries and reducing our dependence on the fossil fuels and adopting circular economic model which talks about reusing and recycling so that the production is lowered and the emissions are also lowered would be a better approach?
Sir, all of these are examples of carbon offsetting. It's just that to completely re-engineer an industry,
no, ma'am, this is carbon emission reduction. Offsetting is something else.
Sir, by 2050, most of the companies in India and abroad are targeting net zero. And that means that they are going to redesign. For example, the aviation industry, like you said, contribute to major emissions. They have started to redesign the internal structure to change the fuel, to change the jet design, to ensure that there are less carbon emissions. And afforestation is not the only example of carbon offsetting.
Ma'am, I think we are fighting for the same cause, but our approaches are different. And I believe that you can also agree that a better investment and a better option would always lead to a better future. So that's all.
Definitely, the investments are better in carbon offsetting and it will lead to a better future. Thank you, my friend.
Before asking questions to our participants, it's our request. Please don't move out of the hall when participants are speaking because they get distracted. Okay? Nobody should move out of the hall. Naturally, when they are going out, they will come back. So,
Uditi, how
Yes,
can
sir.
you encourage low carbon technologies in the society?
Sir, we have to redesign the internal structure of almost every industry which emits a lot of carbon dioxide. For example, aviation industry, they are planning to completely change the jet design and other models, including the airport model, to store better energy sources like clean hydrogen to ensure there are less carbon emissions. So encouragement comes through two things. First is funding, then comes innovation because of those funds. Thank you, sir.
My question is for Kanishk. Kanishk, I am from Sambalpur. And where are you from?
Sir, Delhi.
Delhi, okay. So when we move from Kolkata to Sambalpur, there are two major cities. One is Raulkela and one is Jharsuguda. And both are steel cities. There are a number of sponge iron plants there. And when you watch those plants, they are producing steel, but they are also emitting carbon. Now what to do? Whether go for development or emission?
Sir, I think either we can blindfold our eyes and let depend on offset projects that they are reducing emissions. But in fact, they are not. Either we can electrify those industries. I know it's a tough project, but we are reaching to the moon, sir. Can't we electrify our industries? And if we electrify the industries, if we adopt circular economic model which talks about reusing, I think it would be a very healthier and better future for our country.
Until it is done, what to do? Whether to shut down the industries or continue?
Sir, obviously we cannot shut down the industries, but the level, we need to take care of the future generations also. If there will be no future, sir, I think the industries can't even exist. So it's for the industries itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, participants. The team C, our topic is AI-based financial advisors redefining personal wealth management. And for 4, we have Mr. Jay Patel. And the topic for team C against is AI-based financial advisors. AI cannot replace the wisdom of the financial advisors. And we have Mr. Arvind Kumar Saraugi to talk against the motion for this topic.
Excuse me.
Hello. 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 Should I start? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, and my fellow debaters. In this interconnected, technologically driven world, the concept of personal wealth management is facing a profound transformation. As due to introduction of artificial intelligence, the phenomena reshapes our relationship with wealth management. As due to impeccable precision as well as access to big data analytics. It provides the AI-driven financial advisors to analyze enormous amount of data in real time. As the data which is analyzed by the AI-driven financial advisors is accurate up to 95% due to the report of global survey done on AI. Secondly, I want to talk about the accessibility and personalization of AI-driven financial advisors. As the AI-driven financial advisors have the capability to study the financial status of an individual as well as the risk tolerance capacity of the individual and provide tailored advices on the basis of that. And moreover, about the accessibility and availability, it is available 24/7 on your fingertips on your smartphone, and it eliminates the problem of scheduling a human financial advisor and saves your times and enhancing your convenience. As the banking sector as well as the brokerage firms and houses, they have shifted their 50% of their work through AI. Last but not the least, I want to talk about the risk mitigation as well as the personal bias. As human financial advisor are prone to making mistakes, overlapping details, as well as affected by the personal bias, as 30% of the investors are affected by fear and greed concept, which drives their choices of the financial advisors in giving advices and which is not in the favor of the investors and ultimately causing them huge amount of losses. Due to the report of the CNBC reported that 80% of the financial advisors are facing loss. In conclusion to this, I just want to say the AI-driven financial advisors are performing and are changing and reshaping our relationship with the wealth management with highly rated, unparalleled precision and efficiency in risk management, asset management, as well as the wealth distribution. So it would be true to say that the future of AI, the future of wealth management is here and it is AI driven. Thank you.
Honorable jury, today is a day for truth. Do you know what is the biggest lie in the world right now? That artificial intelligence would be more powerful than real intelligence. Today, standing in opposition, I give you that AI in no manner can ever replace the wisdom of financial advisors. Jury, AI failed just 4 days ago when all the AI bots were against the stocks of Chandrayaan 3 owing to the failure of Chandrayaan 2. AI bots have no sense of nationalism or any sentiment which actually drives the market, and the truth is that today all of those stocks are above 20%. Investing is not just a science, but it is also an art. An art which people like late Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, who had bought just 4 stocks out of intuition, which makes him the big bull of Indian financial markets. Today I ask you, are all tech savvy people winning in the market? No. And here's the punchline. We are CA students. We know advisory services. Advisory is lifeless without the human touch. Our clients expect us to give personalized services in their style and into that extent until they feel satisfied, and that is absolutely impossible, that assurance when it comes to AI. And far from assurance, the truth about AI is that AI glitches cost over billions of dollars to all stock exchange all over the world. Now this statement in itself is so juvenile that AI can replace us. I mean, it is us, the wealth managers, who actually make the code and algorithm of such AI. It is us who then test it. And then it is us who then give personalized feedback to our clients using that data. And still, my colleague has the audacity to say that it can replace us. The truth is that we need to cut down the hype. Just like calculators, computers, and then internet, AI is just another next step in the technological revolution, and it will only make us, the financial advisors, more powerful. Every debate is about the trade-off. Let's just do the trade-off right here. If you had to send your daughter to school, would you trust an experienced driver or an automated car? I rest my case. Thank you. So let me just start with a question. You mentioned that AI is very accurate and everything, but the truth herein lies, as I spoke about Chandrayaan, and as we saw in Adani's case, in the Hindenburg's case, AI can be very easily influenced, or I would say fooled in the market. And today, Adani stocks are again above 70%. So how would you respond to that AI's half-heartedness onto just number crunching, but the overall bigger picture and how the financial markets work?
I just want to talk about, like, there are 6,664 cases. On comparison to that, there are 88.3 billion transactions with the help of AI. So if there is one or two failures, doesn't determine that the AI would be is not precise, or impeccable precision or unparalleled precision is present in there.
So I would like to interrupt here, because you just cannot say that only 2-3 AI glitches can be manageable, because the AI glitches caused JP Morgan Chase $2.6 billion. Have we forgotten the Knight Capital case where the New York Stock Exchange got caused $440 million? Are these such huge cases? Because it is trade we are talking about. There is no ups and downs in trade. You can continue trading on the basis of algorithm, and there is just no end to it. So just saying that 1 or 2 transactions got lost, that is not at all acceptable.
Okay. In counter to that, I have a question to you regarding, do you believe the phrase said that change is the only constant? We should transform with the evolving world. Do you believe in that concept?
Truly, I believe in that concept, and the topic here today is, can AI replace the wisdom of financial managers? Sir, it will not replace us. We are moving with change. SSEB is coming with more and more tools how we can use AI, and that is making us stronger. In no manner it can replace us.
First of all, thank you for agreeing with me that because the precision is actually undebatable, because 95% of the precise details, as well as the tools such as NLP, natural language processing, which provides a natural feeling to the clients and the customers as the real financial or human advisor would make them feel. To this, I have a second question to you.
Sir, first I'll reply to the same question.
Okay.
Sir actually mentioned that NLP is actually proving that people are liking using the use of AI. But again, that is not true. Vanguard is the biggest #1 wealth asset management company in the world. And in their annual survey, you can check that in their annual report, 90% of the users of their financial advisors say that they do not want to shift to robo-advisors. And secondly, 88% of people who were using robo-advisors said that they would like to complement it with an actual financial advisor. So again, the concept of NLP in practicality is not accurate.
Okay, so first of all, I want to correct my fellow debaters' facts that the biggest asset management company is BlackRock, but I would leave that. But second,
point of order, it is actually a debatable issue. But as per now, Vanguard is acing BlackRock.
Okay, so BlackRock is still better. But I want to ask a second question to this. Do you believe in the phrase that time is money? We should save money because time is equal as a monetary value. Do you agree with this statement?
Investment is not done very quickly. Investment is as fine as wine. And if you just feel that analytics and number crunching very quickly is making you ace in the market, absolutely not. There are hundreds of qualitative aspects which you have to see. Politics, the management style of the companies, the reputation of the product, and all of that in combination, it requires time, and that is how you actually invest in the market. Thank you. Sorry, apologies.
Apologies.
My question is for Jay Patel.
Yes, sir.
Coming to AI, you know, tomato is a fruit or a vegetable?
Is a fruit.
It is a fruit. This is knowledge.
Yes.
But it should not be put in a custard. This is wisdom. So AI provides us knowledge or wisdom? Please comment.
AI provides us knowledge which we can use to increase economic growth as well as revenue overall.
It means wisdom lies on the advisor itself, not on AI.
Yes. I want to correct it, like the auditor or the person, the financial advisor is only going to make change, but if he would be helped by a AI driven financial advisor machine who has a big data analytics already done for him, so he has to work for only 20% to reach 100% mark. So AI is helping as a catalyst to the financial advisors.
But wisdom lies on the advisor.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Arvind.
Yes, sir.
Very attractive personality. He said AI cannot replace the wisdom of financial advisors. Okay, I'm agreed to some extent. But AI is not helpful to the financial advisors. There may be exceptions. You see, in the field of air crashes, AI helps a lot in reducing the air crashes. So, justify it.
So AI has been in our industry for more than 10 years, but now it's a bubble. And it's gone up to a bubble in the sense that today we are debating on the topic is that can AI replace the wisdom of financial advisors? The truth is that this is just another technology. After every decade, we upgrade in technology, and it is that. I am all in with technology. I love technology, and I know that AI is helpful, but saying it to the fact that it can replace financial advisors is untrue. Because again, financial markets are so much more than just number crunching, and herein where our wisdom lies. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is redefining personal wealth management, but not up to that height that we can say that, oh, everything is changed. Because when calculators were there, it was like, oh, now we would be jobless. But again, we used it, we became stronger. But then computers came, internet came, people were like, oh, we would be jobless. But then we learned it and we take it to the next level. And with AI, we are going to learn it and take it to the next level.
Some extent you are agreed that it is
Definitely,
redefining the
Definitely,
financial
sir.
strategy.
Biggest management companies, everyone is using AI.
Thank you, thank you. Thanks to Jay also. Please.
Thank you so much, participants. Now for the next team, D, we have the topic cryptocurrencies, a game changer we have Mr. Nilesh Bang, and cryptocurrencies, a bubble waiting to burst against, we have Mr. Tushar Kalra.
Suppose this building is the entire world and each floor consists of nations like India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bhutan, and so on. And the problem with that is many, like geopolitics, demographic, debt, and so on. Have you ever thought what is the exit route of these problems? A very fantabulous afternoon to one and all present here. Today, I, Nilesh Bang, stands here to favor the motion cryptocurrency is a game changer. As per the report of World Bank, 1.8 billion people does not have the bank account. And not only that, bank failures are often considered as too common. People are losing their hard-earned money from the bank failures. Now comes the cryptocurrencies. What is cryptocurrency? Cryptocurrency is a digital form of currency which is highly decentralized and works on blockchain technology. Talking as a game changer, cryptocurrency is changing a big game. Let me tell you one thing. In Afghanistan, women does not allowed to have the bank accounts. So if women does not allow to have bank accounts, they cannot work. An employee named Roya, an entrepreneur named Roya Bano has just created a platform where women can work and pay her employees in the bitcoins. Oh, such a game changer. Now, okay, my opponent friend is telling that is more concerned about the frauds which has been done through the AI, through the cryptocurrencies. Let me tell you, my dear friend, cryptocurrency is not doing any kind of fraud. As per the report of chain smokers, 1.4% of the cryptocurrency is being used as illegal. And talking about the electricity consumption, 0.55% of the electricity has been being consumed by the cryptocurrencies. And talking about the bitcoins have been changing the world like anything else. Let me make my opponent friend happy for a while by saying that cryptocurrencies is a bubble waiting to burst. Tell me, my dear friends, in the Ukraine war crisis, my dear friends, 70 billion funding came through the bitcoins. And not only that thing where digital currency has tremendously failed, 70% of their supplies has been made through the cryptocurrencies. At the end, all I can say is by embodying little bit of laws and regulations into the cryptocurrency, we can change it can act as the biggest game changer. Thank you.
Stepping into the world of cryptocurrencies, where the values soar high to astronomical heights one day and fall down to extreme lows the other day. Is this what cryptocurrency is promising for the future? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Myself, Tushar Kalra. I am a CA final student pursuing my articleship training from EY, and today I stand here to express my views on the topic, cryptocurrency is a bubble waiting to burst. With its poster child Bitcoin reaching to unbelievable value in terms of number, cryptocurrency has no valid ground. Unlike the traditional currency backed by the government, backed by the economists, backed by the central bank, there is no such valid ground which lies in the hand of cryptocurrency. And due to which the major problem that is being faced by the population of our country due to the usage of cryptocurrency is the increase in illegal and illicit activities. As per a survey conducted by the State of United Nations Federal Trade Commission, the amount of fraud that has been increased just to the cryptocurrency is amounting to $80 million in just first 6 months of 2020. As per the opinion of the CEO of JP Morgan, Mr. James Dimon, almost the cryptocurrency has been termed as a fraud according to him. Not only this, the cryptocurrency itself brings the environmental concerns. It involves the usage of lot of electricity consumption. And adding to this, what I believe we should not forget the history. All must be aware of the scam that has been happened in the late 90s and early 2000s by the name of dot-com bubble. Popularly known as by the name of internet bubble, the prices of the internet companies' stock valuations were skyrocketed high without any valuation, and due to which the bubble in the late 2000s got burst and the whole market got crashed. As per my opinion, what I feel that cryptocurrency is also a burst that is going to burst. It's a bubble that is going to burst in the near future just because it lacks tangible existence just because it lacks the regulation of the government, of any central authority, just because it is troubling many people. It is due to the illegal and fraudulent activities that has been happening in the name of cryptocurrency. So as per being the young generation, it's our responsibility, being the CA fraternity, that we need to apply that the regulation and the usage has been done accordingly. Thank you.
Do you know, my dear friend, as per the recent report issued by the KPMG on 1st August, it states that Bitcoins consume only 2% of the electricity what actually air conditioners are consuming. So what are the views on your?
As per my opinion, but I feel that the usage of cryptocurrency, it requires a lot of extraction and mining. You believe this? So which is eventually leading to electricity wastage. And it's not the thing that this is the only challenge that has been faced by the cryptocurrency. There are many. So my concern is that if this can be done without the presence of cryptocurrency, then why to involve in it? Adding to it, my question to you is, I have counted, told numerous challenges, the illegal activities and fraudulent activities that have been happening in the name of cryptocurrency. So do you still advise using of these currencies advisable and good for the population?
My dear friend, let me tell you one thing. Cryptocurrency uses cryptocurrencies, because of cryptocurrencies, they reuse the energies of electricity. Like a recent startup came where they just transfer the electricity through the pipeline to supply and to warm down the houses. And not only that, they are supplying the electricity to the houses which does not have the electricity, has not yet reached there. And now answering to your question, don't you believe that there are many kind of bank losses, bank frauds, and also there are also fake notes? Do you going to stop the usage of legal currency?
But my only counter is that still in the domestic and the traditional currency, we have a central authority. We have RBI who are monitoring, who are providing the regular compliances. But in the case of cryptocurrency, there is no such central authority. And that is the main point of the debate.
That is why I am telling you one more thing. Okay, let me tell you one thing. And 3 days back, an American case happened where a cryptocurrency, where a boy has just blocked all the pipelines and demand from the government some cryptocurrencies. He thought that Bitcoins are going to just don't going to capture him, and by the technology, American government has just caught that. That means that if government is going to support it, then cryptocurrency is going to work like anything else.
But what's your view on the illegal and the fraudulent and the illicit activities that are being conducted in the name of Bitcoin, in the name of
my dear friend, they're also been conducted in central currency also. Like people are printing the fake notes, where government is not taking any actions. Government is quoting, although they are quoting, because it is a laws and regulations. That is why again and again I am quoting that by embedding some laws and regulations into it, cryptocurrency could be a big game changer.
Exactly my point. But as of now, the current state, we are not having any central authority. As you quoted, that with the time when the central authority would be implementing, but that is the only absolute base of cryptocurrency, na, that we flaunt, that it is decentralized.
As per the report of Chan analysis, only 1.24% of crypto is being used as an illegal. That means rest is not using as an illegal currency.
But what about the stat which I mentioned, that in the year 2020, in the initial first 6 months, the fraudulent amount was about $80 million.
But my dear friend, it is just 1.24% in the cryptocurrency.
But the amount
means
is substantial.
You have heard the case of Ukraine, where 70% of the fundraising came through the Bitcoin only. That means central currency has already failed in that war crisis. When it has failed, Bitcoin has proven the 80% of supplies and saved the lives of thousands of people.
As you just mentioned in your deliberation that there in some countries you mentioned that the women are not allowed to, have their bank accounts opened. So do you really think that would they be able to, use this technology as a measure of currency exchange?
Yes, they are using it, my dear friend. The lady Roya has been awarded by the Times now in the top 100 most influential people. And she has been awarded. That means she has been proved that the cryptocurrency are working where people are not having the bank accounts also.
As a major concern, what I feel that the power of currency is to regulate the overall working in the full country. So it must be under the control of any authorized authority.
No, it cannot be controlled because the main feature is it is highly decentralized. Thank you.
My question is for Nilesh.
Yes, sir.
Nilesh, you are saying cryptocurrencies, it is a game changer.
Yes, sir.
And without the involvement of major population, can anything be a game changer? Do you think cryptocurrency is primarily benefiting the tech savies? How could it benefit the unbanked in Indian perspective?
Sir, if we like talk about Indian currency, Indian government has not made any legal thing on cryptocurrency. They are using it as a digital. They were considering it as a digital asset. So they are making it a taxes at 30%. But when the government is going to involve cryptocurrency as a legal tender money, then it is going to a big game changer.
It means it is not now a game changer.
It is a game changer, sir, because lot many countries has also there is one country which is El Salvador, which has made the cryptocurrency as their legal country. This is the only country, their results were tremendous. They had increased their tourism by 95% and their GDP has been increased by 40% because of cross-border transactions. Thank you.
It means you agree that in Indian perspective, it is not a game changer till now.
Sir, no, it is a game changer. Sir, it is a game changer because they are going to make some cross-border transactions very much easily, and people are also generating money through trade also.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello. Am I audible to
Yes,
you?
sir, you are audible.
Yes, Tushar. Now cryptocurrency is being regulated. Still you are saying it is a bubble?
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So what I feel that the usage of cryptocurrency, that the people, that the population, it is getting in hype is just because of making the speculation gains, the short-term speculation gains. People, they have no belief in the future of adopting this technology as a currency, but just for the motive of making speculation gains and for the motive of earning, they're investing in this currency. But this is not a full story because it can eventually lead to a huge amount of speculation losses also at the same time. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, candidates. Now for Team E, we have the topic Environment, Social and Governance Investing, a fad, and Environment, Social and Governance Investing, a new norm. So for 4, we have Mr. Shivam Shaha, and for against, we have Mr. Kabir Singh Bawa.
Am I audible? So a very good morning to all the dignitaries and my fellow participants out here. I am Shivam Shah, a CA finalist, and my topic is ESG investing, a fad or a new norm, and I'm going to speak for the motion. But before I dive straight into the topic, let's see what Google has to say about ESG investing. So it's a framework to analyze companies for investment purposes. Here E stands for environmental, where companies, operations are seen whether they are environmental friendly or not. And S for social, to oversee whether the company takes care of its people or not. And G for governance, to oversee whether there's any fraud going on in the company or not. So if the company complies with all these standards, it's called safe for investment purposes as per this ESG concept. And we can clearly observe in this situation that there are a lot of problems and a lot of confusion. The first one being that there is no emphasis on financial data. So suppose you're an investor in a company, you need to know that what are the profits, the revenue it has, the year-on-year growth, and a lot more figures. Financial data, if not more, is equally important to that of non-financial data. And clearly in this ESG concept, there is no emphasis on financial data, because of which it's soon gonna fade away, and I don't know why my worthy opponent does not think so. The second problem out here in this concept is that the environmental standard and the social standard can never be measured unless there is any set of rules and regulations binding this concept. Well, as everybody knows that ITC is a company which sells cigarettes, so that's a negative to the environmental standard, right? So there will be one person talking about the air pollution, the other people will be talking about the health damage it does. There will be 100 people talking about 100 different factors. Different rating agencies will rate ITC differently because clearly there is no standardization of the process. So we need to understand here that whom will the people rely on if the rating agencies rate a company differently. In fact, there is no government in the entire world which regulates this process of ESG investing. Well, the latest developments in this area is that Business Harvard has clearly mentioned that the ESG funds do not outperform the traditional ones. Well, even the world has started believing that this is a concept that's going to be wiped off from the market. The Nasdaq has clearly shown that the ESG funds are 3 times more expensive than that of the traditional ones, because the institution have to spend around $1.3 million every single year to collect the ESG data. So if the ESG funds are expensive and plus I cannot get outperforming results from it, so obviously I won't keep them in my portfolio, right? So my closing statement here is that ESG is a concept that had been introduced long back, but till date it could not get that standardization because it lacks substance, as well as it could not make wealth for the people. So obviously it's a concept that's going to be fading away. Thank you.
In his book, The Fight Against Climate Change, Bill Gates says that there are 2 numbers we humans should be concerned about: 51 billion and 0. I ask you, what are these numbers? Well, these numbers represent the amount of greenhouse gases that are emitted into the Earth's atmosphere every year. That is 51 billion tons. And 0 is the number we have to reach by 2050. Now, can we reach this number without integrating ESG factors into our investment decision making? Well, no, because ESG is no passing fad. In fact, it is a structural shift in recognizing that we live in an extremely closely connected world. And this is why there has been a clarion call over the last few years, calling for a shift from mere shareholder value creation to value creation for all the stakeholders. I would like to emphasize on 3 factors which intend to suggest that ESG is the new norm and is here to stay. Number 1, the post-COVID world. Number 2, the greater financial health of the companies. And number 3, the institutional backing that ESG is starting to receive of late. Talking about the COVID-19 impact, now ESG factors are more predominant and evident more than ever in the post-COVID world. This is because between March 2020 and March 2021, the S&P Market Intelligence, a leading US-based market tracker, tracked 26 ESG exchange-traded funds. And let me tell you, 19 of these funds outperformed the S&P 500 itself. Number 2, the financial performances of the company. Data has suggested that there is an intrinsic relationship between a company's ESG performance and its long-term financial health. Furthermore, a 2021 paper by Morgan Stanley suggests that ESG investments come at a lower risk across asset classes. Most importantly, when we look at our own India, between 2020 and 23, the MSCI ESG funds, MSCI being a global leader in market tracking, has outperformed non-ESG funds considerably by several hundred basis points over the last 3 years. Most importantly, the institutional backing, where the SEBI has come in with 2 important regulations, that is the BRSR reporting requirements and the stewardship code for AIFs making investments in listed entities. Now, most importantly, it is the investment decision-making of the future generation that is driving this change. It is expected that by 2029, 72% of the world's workforce will be comprising of millennials and Gen Zs. And these are the ultimate decision makers. My friends, I would like to leave you with a stat which was disclosed by the Bloomberg in 2021. By 2025, ESG assets are expected to hit $53 trillion. That is 1/3 of the world's entire assets under management. Well, if ESG was just a passing fad, this would not be the case. The matter of fact is that you and me, my friends, we, the present day asset owners, are the custodians of the wealth of our future generations. And ESG is here to stay for the long run. Thank you.
Okay, so my question to you is that, like, ESG is a concept which you consider is going to be a new norm in the future. So do you realize that ESG is something which had been introduced long back, and till date, it has not got that standardization. So suppose we both are credit agencies which we rate the companies. So ITC serves the underprivileged children. It might be a +2 for you, it might be a +10 for me. So whom would people rely on? So there is clear-cut no standardization. There should be a government which recognizes it. But till date, there is no government in the entire world which does so. So how can you consider it to be a new norm?
So you mentioned that, you yourself mentioned that ESG has been here for a while. And that is exactly the point that I'm trying to prove. It's not a passing fact. It has been here before and it will continue to be in the future as well. Secondly, coming to the regulations. Now let's understand that whenever any new technology comes in, it always takes time for us to bring in regulations, as was the case with cryptocurrency, as was discussed just before us. Cryptocurrency regulations only came in last year, while cryptocurrencies have been in place for many years. Most importantly, our own SEBI has brought in ESG regulations, which tracks the company's actual business responsibility and sustainability reports. Moreover, they've also introduced a stewardship code, which is introduced for alternate investment funds, and in particular institutional investors who make investments in listed entities and are able to track their ESG performances.
Okay, so my friend is giving information from the 2012, so that's SEBI had mandated the top 100 companies to give the ESG reports. So it's been 10 years and still there is no standardization for that thing.
The SEBI amended in the BRR that was originally introduced in 2012 to introduce the BRSR in 2021. Moreover, the disclosure was voluntary for financial year 21-22, and from 22-23 it is required to be made mandatory. Furthermore, 175 companies voluntarily made ESG disclosures in 2021. So to say that the governments or the institutional bodies are not tracking this is not a fact.
Well, the first thing out here is that you still didn't reply that how will two credit rating agencies actually rate non-financial data? It might be a +2 for you, it might be a +10 for me. What are the declared set of rules and regulations commanding it? The second question out to you here is that, like, look, there can be companies, and in fact there are companies in the US which have greenwashed the non-financial data. So what about that? Companies can easily greenwash their data and show that they are doing a lot of things for the public out there.
Right. So first question about two different rating agencies, right? Now let's understand, again, coming to the point, this is where the governmental mechanisms will come in, where the governments will mandate how these ESG ratings are also function. Secondly, coming to your point about the greenwashing, right? Now look, the solution to a problem is not to address the problem, not address the problem altogether itself. Although there are greenwashing issues, no one is denying that. However, we cannot stop relying on ESG factors just because of the fact that there's no way to control them, right? At the end of the day, when computers were introduced back in the 90s, everyone thought that, oh, it's going to completely take over and it's going to completely hack into our lives. But no, we used that technology to incorporate into our everyday work, and look at the result of it now.
Okay, so you are saying that government will someday create rules for the public to make such ESG reports. So till date it did not make.
Point of order, the SEBI in 2022 released a consultation paper on the same, and in 2023 July they have officially mandated the introduction of ESG reporting.
Well, ESG is a concept of the 1900s, and till date there is no set of rules and regulations. So what are you talking about? When will the government do so? Clearly it's a fading concept.
As I just mentioned, the government has already brought in the rules. Moving on, I would like to address a concern about ESG already being there. Absolutely, it has always been there. In fact, let me tell you, when the apartheid was going on in South Africa, the removal of apartheid was also an ESG initiative, because ESG does not involve solely positive investments, but it also involves negative screenings and making sure that negative investments are avoided. Just similar to that, the companies in fact pressurized company investors into not negotiating with South African government to remove the apartheid. So absolutely.
Shivam.
Yes, sir.
Shivam, if ESG is a fad, don't you think what we are giving to our next generation 50 years down the line? Could you get my question?
Could you repeat, sir?
Yeah. Don't you think that we are not giving anything 50 years down the line to our next generation if ESG is not followed? Environment is a big problem.
Okay, so I get your question. Thank you for the question. So basically, ESG is a concept which does not include financial data while we consider for investing. So that is a big drawback. That was my first point. And clearly, it does not have the set of rules and regulations to bind the non-financial data. So that is a problem. There have been companies which greenwash their non-financial data just to have a clean report. So the answer is pretty simple. ESG will not be the path to be followed. There can be some separate mandates created by the government to give back to the society, which obviously includes standardization as well as financial data to be possible for investing.
Your topic was environment, social and governance, investing.
Yes.
Whether investing is a Fed.
Yes, sir. ESG investing, like investing on the basis of the standards of environment, social and governance is a fad because it's going to fade away. Obviously, when you are not including financial data while investing, that is a big drawback. You need to know about the profits of the company before you're putting in your money there. And secondly, you need to have a standardization to know the rates.
Companies start thinking about only profit, then what will happen to our society in times to come?
No, sir. My only point is that whenever an investor is putting money in a company, his only motive is wealth creation. If he wants to do good for the public, it's called donation. Whenever I'm calling it an investment, I'll call that how much money I'm getting back. So obviously that social motives can be one of the reasons back of the mind, but the main reason should be my money is safe. So that should be a primary concern and that should be somewhere there. It can't be excluded just the way ESG has done.
Okay, my question to Kabir.
Yes, sir.
How do you think we can measure the outcome of ESG? Are ESG short-term financial gains or long-term sustainability?
Right. So thank you for the question, sir. One misconception that has always been there around ESG and around social impact investing as well is that the positive social and environmental impact outcomes at the expense of financial returns. But in fact, it is in addition to financial return and not instead of financial returns. And moreover, over the last few years, the data that has been shown by global agencies is showing that slowly and steadily, ESG investments are eventually reaping positive benefits for the investors. Of course, overnight, these investments will not take over your regular investments solely with the motive of profits. However, over time, it is bound to take over, as has been suggested by the data and the trend over the last few years. Thank you. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much, participants. Next, we have Team F coming upon with the topic Corporate Social Responsibility, a Moral Imperative for, and we have Mr. Saurabh Tekchandani to talk on that. And for against, we have Corporate Social Responsibility, a PR Strategy, Ms. Sakshi Duggar. So please come up on stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we as humans love stories. One such story started 100 years back when insulin was discovered. After all, we found a cure for one of the most fatal diseases. Now, the climax to this story actually started post the discovery of insulin, which is made up of matter that is abundant in the environment, yet it became the 6th most expensive liquid on this planet, more expensive than the human blood. Before the discovery, of course, we didn't have the cure. But after the discovery, we didn't have the pockets that vouch for the cure. The story started repeating. The death multiplier started multiplying. Now, this was the situation until March 2023, when the protagonist of the story, the 5 US-based pharmaceutical companies, joined hands and cut down the insulin prices by 70%. I'll give you a context why I recited this story via my introduction. Greetings to the beautiful August gathering in this absolutely beautiful auditorium. My name is Saurabh Tekchandani and I'm here to advocate the corporate social responsibility and how it's a moral imperative. Being type 1 diabetic myself, the story was very close to my heart. The story made me realize how corporates in many ways can help the society. But what exactly is being moral imperative? It is a strongly felt principle which compels a person to act voluntarily. Rise for the good. Ladies and gentlemen, under the quotes, when we enable people to rise, we rise. This is the CSR strategy of Mahindra Group, a group that spent whooping amount on CSR projects. Planet positive, people positive, trust positive. This is the 3 pillars of Mahindra Group. Mahindra Pride Education Institution having 1 lakh plus students. The Nanni Kali program having 32 lakh plus bright girls. The program of initiation of environment cleaning, water rejuvenating, environment rejuvenating, women empowerment, everything comes under the same roof. Now if I talk about the Tata Group was the only group in whole India which came forward in the event of 26/11 Mumbai attacks and told, we are here to bear the medical expenses. We are here to indemnify the losses that people suffered due to the loss of their family members. Now coming back to my worthy opponent, when Sonu Sood, the Bollywood actor, came to the streets in the times of COVID to help the migrant workers, was it called a PR strategy? Think about it. Thank you.
Corporate social responsibility. Let me rephrase it. A means and an instrument driven by extrinsic motives in order to achieve firms' public relations strategies. Well, my learned opponent right here curated an exemplary image. But let us dive deep into the reality and address the need of the hour. In order to obtain socially and uphold the stakeholders' trust, uphold the firm's reputation, the managers tend to engage into symbolic initiatives that turn out to be CSR facades, a classic public relations strategies. Enlightening evening, everyone. I am Sakshi Dugar and I stand before you to advocate, as I firmly believe, corporate social responsibility is a public relationships strategy. An article by SBDG states all the marketing strategies that happened in the year 2022, and not so surprising at all. Using social responsibility as a marketing strategy was on the top list of it. Adding to which, job hiring projects for PR heads clearly state that CSR activities are under their purview of workforce. How and when will we realize that CSR is not about contribution, not about commercialization? It is about contribution. The impact has been overstated millions of times. We highlight the positive outcomes and downplay the negative ones. Let me give you an example here. Talk about fast fashion brands like Zara and H&M. They roll out substantial clothing lines, but also produce products with questionable labor conditions and environmentally harmful practices at the same time. Now, we all would agree that charity begins at home. But talk about FMCG companies like HUL and ITC who advocate waste reduction and also produce harmful products along with doing plastic packaging. Investigations have stated a positive relationship between CSR and the company's profits and shareholders' value. Let me tell you, right from Nike's Twitter handles to Coca-Cola's plant bottle initiatives, one thing that is established is CSR is tantamount to greenwashing the sins of these companies. And it is high time we realize that ethical responsibility does not preclude public relation. It is high time we realize that giving back to the society, fulfilling the economical, environmental, and philanthropical quote-unquote responsibilities is to be done silently. Thank you.
Maybe the decades of short-sightedness and pessimism has benumbed my worthy opponent's analytical skills, and she feels contented when she states that CSR is a mere PR stunt / strategy. Ma'am, if the corporate giants are capable enough to invest millions of money in their marketing strategy, why would they invest the same amount under the brand name of CSR for the same strategy?
Thank you for your question, sir. So, I would like to state a difference here. Advertisement marketing is when you pursue it to popularize your product or services. On the other hand, PR, as we talk about, is for you to create an image, build a company, build the goodwill, build the trust among the consumers and the employees. And I'm sure you would agree when I say the millennials, the rising generations are holding companies for their social contributions into the world. The only problem is that the companies are capitalizing on their emotions and concern and making it PR.
As far as my views are concerned, this seems like a perfect example of dystopia, even when the current scenario is a utopia.
Let me pose a question to you. So, social enterprises have business powers and they have the responsibility to use it in the right way, in the right manner. So, as the flag bearer of the notion, as you claim that CSR is indeed a moral imperative, that is, businesses do it because they feel it is right to do, then why is there a need to make it a propaganda? Why is there a need to sell out of it? Why is there a need to publicize it?
Thank you for a perfect question, ma'am. I just wanted to quote an incident that happened. I should say a very important event that happened few days back. Yes, as Indians, we are immensely proud of that. We landed as the person on the dais quoted on the dark side of the moon. And as a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, that incident was displayed live on the YouTube, carrying the highest YouTube viewership till date of 3.3 million. Now, a very simple question to my generous audience and to my worthy opponent. Was this done to make people aware of the good things India is doing? Was this done to give every Indian a reason to make him feel proud, a moment to make him feel proud? Or was this done, as my public relation manager states, as a PR strategy?
Well, I would say your idea is a little mistaken here. Sir, there is a thin line of difference between national pride of accomplishing a space mission and doing CSR and making public relationship out of it. So, I'll also like to quote what you addressed in your speech talking about Mahindra. Talk about automobile sector, and there is this classic example of Volkswagen. It dates back to September 2015, when they were all high on clean air and clean diesel CSR ideologies. But until we found that they've been illegally implanting the softwares in their vehicles that let them get away with producing 40 times more NOx than what is legally prescribed. So, how can you refute the reality? Do you think we are even scaling the right model?
We as humans have one tendency to look at the negative sides one. Even if I stand here and quote 100 good examples ranging from Indigo to RIL to Adani, doing great things in CSR, to HDFC Bank to ICICI Bank with the exact case scenarios, I have my smart worthy opponent standing here and bringing just one example that failed due to the technical difficulties in the company, that actually failed on a company level, not a concept level.
Okay, sir,
Yes.
Does CSR genuinely lead to increased brand loyalty and customer trust? Or are consumers becoming more skeptical of corporate motives?
Okay. So, sir, I'll start with why do business exist? To earn profits or to serve a purpose? Now, the answer to this question is a yes. Now, we'll imagine how answer to a multiple choice question can be yes. Because this is actually not a multiple choice either or question. It's an and question. Business exists to earn profits and to serve a purpose. So now coming back to your question, the main responsibility of business doing CSR is for the social good. And if because of that social good, the consumer really thinks that yes, this company is doing beyond more what is expected to do, I don't think so there is any wrong point in that. But the main notion is the intention of the company is to do the social good work. That's how I raise my case. Thank you so much, sir.
Shakshi,
Sir.
you told about Mahindra. So a company, when it's doing wrong, it should be penalized. Do you agree or not?
Yes.
Okay. Then if a company, when doing wrong, should be penalized, then what is wrong in PR strategy if the company is doing something good?
May I answer?
If a company is doing something wrong, it should be penalized.
Right.
Do you agree?
Yes.
So if a company is doing something good, what is harm in PR strategy, in advertising it?
Right. So, sir, completely agreeing with you that there's no harm in advertising it. The only problem is when we look at it with the view of corporate social responsibility, because responsibility comes to us as an ethical and if it is a moral imperative. So, publicizing our good deeds can be done in various other ways. We can choose other types of marketing. We can create the actual brand. We can advertise our product and services. There's no need to do it with CSR because CSR was here with the intention. So economy wasn't created to add money. It was created to add value to the collective.
Don't you think advertising the CSR activities will inspire other companies too?
So the logic here is companies in India initially do CSR to follow the mandate. And if they really want to be inspired, they can seek inspiration in themselves. It has to come from within. The charity comes from within, from home.
What is wrong if it comes from other company?
There's nothing wrong, but
it should come. No, the basic point is it should come. Whether the inspiration is important or the source of inspiration is important.
How we portray once we are inspired, because as of now, it has been only greenwashing the sins of companies. They show something else and behind the bars, it's completely different. So it's playing with the emotions of the consumers and the investors, which is ethically not right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurav and Sakshi, for the great answers. Next,
Excuse me. We want to have a break of 2 minutes. Okay.
So we'll have a break of 2 minutes. Then we can start with the next team. So we have next Team G coming up, and their topic is carbon offsetting. It can truly address climate change concern. And for the motion, we have Ms. Aditi Solanki, and against the motion, we have Mr. CA Goyel. The rest of the participants who are outside are requested to please come inside and take your seats. I would request all the candidates who are outside to please come inside and take your seats, so we can start.
Hello, am I audible? So, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and my fellow debaters, today we are gathered here to discuss a topic of utmost importance to the future of us and our planet. Can carbon offsetting truly address climate change? Let's begin from the top. Human beings are serial offenders when it comes to carbon pollution. We emit billions and billions of obnoxious gases that cause climate change and extreme weather conditions. If we want to inhabit a livable planet, we need to cut down this greenhouse gas emissions drastically. And to do that, carbon offsetting comes into picture. If I give you an option that the flight that you take, you pay a little extra premium and set off all your carbon emissions, would you not like that option or not opt for it? That is basically what is carbon offsetting. You pay a little extra premium that is in turn invested into projects that absorb carbon dioxide. So the basic principle of carbon offsetting is it absorbs a unit of carbon dioxide from one part of the world so that it can compensate in the other part where the carbon dioxide is emitted. It is a very practical approach, I believe, because it, acknowledges that at the rate of development and infrastructure at which we are growing, it is very challenging to absolutely cut down all our emissions. So, carbon offsetting comes into picture and paves an avenue for us where we can take minute steps towards our climate goal, meanwhile converting and selecting more greener options. Until then that is done, carbon offsetting is the need of the hour that can truly address climate change. But not a permanent solution. Carbon offsetting is not a silver bullet, but a very vital component in addressing climate change. Carbon offsetting by any means, I mean no means, you can replace carbon offsetting by telling that it is an alternative for polluting the environment. You keep on polluting the environment at one end and keep on paying premiums for carbon offsetting. Well, that's not the case, because if companies do that, their cost keeps increasing as and when they keep growing. And with increasing cost, they have to look for alternatives. That is when they switch to greener alternatives and sustainable ones. So I believe that carbon offsetting can truly address climate change.
Good morning, everyone, at the jury panel, my fellow participants and honored guests. While my friend here has addressed a very important question of climate change, thinking that carbon offsetting can truly address this concern is inaccurate. UNFCCC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, defines carbon offsetting as an action that allows us to compensate for emissions which we cannot avoid by simply supporting in worthy projects that will reduce emissions somewhere else. While this may offer a band-aid quick approach, it does not address the root causes of the issue. We are simply buying our way out of responsibility for our own carbon emissions, which is a flawed approach. It allows us to continue businesses as usual, emitting greenhouse gases at alarming rates, under the misguided belief that buying offsets can make up for it. It is a dangerous illusion that hides the need for real systematic change. It also perpetuates a cycle of environmental degradation and inequality, all while dealing the urgent need for transformative change. Moreover, the concept of carbon offsetting lacks both transparency and accountability. We are told that our offsets will be invested into projects that will supposedly reduce emissions somewhere else. But how can we be sure that these projects are delivering promised reductions? Reports have shown instances where such projects have failed to achieve their stated goals, all while dealing the urgent need for transformative change. Let's also consider the social and environmental implications of carbon offset projects. Many offset projects, such as large-scale tree planting or renewable energy projects, can have negative consequences on both local communities and ecosystems. Reforestation efforts, for instance, might lead to land grabbing or the displacement of indigenous people. Carbon offsetting cannot come at the expense of social justice and human rights. I can name some of the cases where offset projects have failed, like Future Gen 2.0 in USA, Boundary Dam CCS project, wind energy projects in India, mangrove conservation in Indonesia, and so on. The list is endless. In conclusion, while carbon offsetting might offer a temporary solution, it cannot be the foundation of our response to climate change. Sustainability is a culture. It is about people understanding the impact their daily activities have on the environment and their social being. If we people can pay an amount to feel as though we can offset our emissions, then we are not going to make that cultural or climate change. Let us all understand that carbon offsetting is not enough to truly address the climate change concerns. Thank you.
So what you're trying to tell is, if companies and corporates that are majorly responsible for all the climate change that is happening, if they pay us a sum of money for solving it and to easily access finance, we ignore it, it'll be a folly, because polluter pays is an age-old policy that has proved its efficacy.
If corporates or companies are paying others to offset or reduce these emissions, investing in projects to reduce these emissions, they are simply shifting their responsibility on a third party or the next generation. Why can't they invest in reducing emissions at their source?
While they're shifting their burden to a third person, they are also incurring costs. And as and how they grow, the cost that they're incurring will keep on increasing. That will force them to adopt to greener technologies and to move to sustainable issues. So in turn, carbon offsetting is actually acting as a motive for them to switch to greener resources.
While carbon offsetting has some merits, don't you think that what is actually carbon offsetting? It's basically reducing the emissions that are already there. They are reducing the current emissions. What about the time when carbon offsetting concept didn't exist? What about before 1995, when industrialization came in 18th century? And for the next 3 centuries, the carbon emissions that were there, they have caused a damage to the climate change. Don't you think that carbon offsetting is not going to help in reducing that damage?
Well, everything has its own inherent risks. If we try solving a problem, we cannot solve anything. We have to focus from part to part. If we start from here, if this goal is achieved, only then we can move forward and achieve and try reducing the carbon emissions that happened previously. So the current goal right now is to achieve net zero emissions by 2050.
Net zero emissions, but if, like I said, the accumulated emissions that have happened in the past, are these offsets going to reduce those emissions as well? No, they are only going to reduce the current emissions. And we have to also look at the bigger picture. Then there are natural fires, wildfires, just like the case of in March, wildfires in Goa, and then recently in Hawaii. Are there going to be any regulations regarding offsetting those emissions? No. These wildfires are also the doing of mankind because of climate change, because of global warming.
So everything that we're experiencing right now is the results of the damages caused by us only. So we cannot blame ourselves in turn for, we are actually to be blamed for everything, but if we take step by step, because it is drops of water that form an ocean, and you just cannot form an ocean at once. So that is what I am trying to tell, that The first step is we reduce the emissions for now. After that is achieved, we go for accumulated emissions. And after that is achieved, we go for emissions caused by us in a very, in a very indirect manner.
As you stated that for now we go and achieve like reducing emissions, the current emissions.
Yeah.
And then after that, we achieve reducing emissions of the accumulated emissions. But the question lies there as that carbon offsetting is not truly addressing the climate change. It's only a part of it. It's only a step. Don't you think we should also use alternative techniques like reducing? We should invest in reducing emissions from the source, transitioning to clean and renewable energy.
So that is
decarbonization. That should be used in conjunction with carbon offsetting.
So that is where carbon offsetting is helping us. It is giving us time to find alternatives, to make innovations and to switch to greener resources. If we don't have an option, then by the time we switch to greener resources, it will be long and damage would have been done if we don't use carbon offsetting.
Aditi done.
This is a question for Aditi. Don't you think carbon offsetting is just an illusion? Say one person is emitting carbon, other is offsetting it. So there is the false sense of security that I am doing something for the environment.
So to address this, there was a false sense of security and there were projects that failed. But only when we try, we know what are the faults and what we can correct it. So as a result of the correction, there is transparency being involved in. I can track the money that I'm investing into carbon offsets if it is actually happening or not. So that is where the problem is finding its way towards the solution of transparency. And there is also global authorities that are being placed to monitor if the carbon offsetting projects are actually happening or not, or they're just for the name's sake, they're just putting a tag that we're doing this.
No, Aditi, my point is, I am paying money, I am offsetting carbon. It's true. And the carbon offsetting company is offsetting carbon. It's also true. But what is for the companies who are emitting carbon? They are spending money?
Yes.
They are spending money and they are offsetting carbon. But they don't have a sense that we should reduce the emission because we are paying and offsetting. So don't you think this is an illusion?
So I don't think, for once it can be an illusion, but I don't think as and when they move forward, it will be one. Because as I already told this, as and when a company grows, if they start offsetting every amount of carbon that they're producing, their costs are going to increase drastically. If we take a bigger company for now, PepsiCo or something, if they try reducing, if they try carbon offsetting, they have to invest huge amounts of money into it. So if the cost increases, the alert line clicks into the company that we need to reduce this cost or we need to find alternatives. So that is how carbon offsetting will push them to adopt greener technologies.
And what if carbon offsetting will be at a lower cost?
Carbon offsetting at a
lower cost. They will get carbon offsetting at a lower cost. Then what?
If carbon offsetting is at a lower cost, then it is the future that will tell them that they cannot do it anymore or the company will shut down because we have to grow with the environment. We cannot damage the environment and grow ourselves. That will be a very short sight. For a long term, we need to look after the environment and grow with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Dev.
Yes, sir.
Before asking you a question, I would like to disclose that you are not related to me at all. I am also Goyel. So all Goyels are not related at all.
Yes, sir.
How can we encourage low carbon technologies in the society?
How can we encourage low carbon technologies? So the companies should look into it themselves. Like carbon offsetting projects costs a lot, and if they are investing in it to offset their emissions, Why not invest in low carbon technologies? Why not go decarbonization? And while there are also, the government should also take a hand in this matter, that obviously government can promote low carbon technologies. They can provide subsidies to companies which will encourage them to go low carbon technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Team H coming up with the topic AI-based financial advisors, redefining personal wealth management. And we have Ms. Nishita Naresh Kumar Harwani for speaking for the motion. And AI-based financial advisors, AI cannot replace the wisdom of the financial advisors. We have Ms. Khushi Lahoti speaking against the motion.
Shall I start? Gentlemen, let's imagine there is a 24/7 financial advisor tirelessly working with the market data and giving you your actionable recommendations and your financial maximized portfolio. And this financial advisors do. Greetings everyone. I would like to introduce myself. I am Nishita Harwani, today here advocating the motion AI-based financial advisors redefining personal wealth management. Remember, we used to study ABCD in school. What we have studied is A for apple, B for ball, C for cat and D for dog. But now, the coming era will be studying A for artificial intelligence, B for blockchain technology, C for cyber security and D for data analytics. The question is, what does AI-based financial advisors do to help us manage our personal wealth? So going simply, AI-based financial advisors give us data on real-time basis. They help us to optimize our portfolio and they are easily accessible. In the recent reports of McKinsey, they stated that approximately 80% of affluent and most affluent investors feel that that they could remotely access digital channels and AI to invest. And the cherry on the cake is JP Morgan Chase is developing an AI service called Index GPT. What will Index GPT do? Index GPT will help the investors to give them investment advice on real-time basis. Moving further, do you know how many percentage of Indian households invest? Well, it's just 3%. And among that 3%, how many percentage go to financial advisors to take the advice? Just 12%. So, roughly speaking, only 1 among the 7 people take the advice of financial advisors. So, don't you think implementing AI will help the economy to increase the financial inclusion? Won't it take us to the heights? Lastly, concluding myself, I would like to say that AI is not the next big thing in the market, but AI is inevitable that will help us to reshape our wealth management strategy. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Artificial intelligence may be a fantastic assistant, but will never be a replacement. And these are not my words, but the words of Mr. Satyanarayan, CEO of Adobe Incorporation. Yes, and I, Khushi Lahoti, stand firmly believing in the fact that artificial intelligence cannot possibly replace the wisdom of a financial advisor. Artificial intelligence may be able to assist the financial advisor in doing data analytics or providing data-based recommendations. However, the role of financial advisors in providing and simplifying the said information to the end customer is inevitable. Artificial intelligence may have a vital role. However, the role of financial advisors cannot be reduced to just management of a portfolio. What about estate planning? What about tax planning and management? Such complex and unique financial scenarios and personalized information is not yet deplorable by the artificial intelligence. If only data and knowledge was enough, our institute, our very own institute, would not have mandated years of articles. Stands better than us, the future chartered accountants, financial advisors, on how the ground reality differs from the data and the knowledge that we read in the laws, and just how ineffective an individual's preferences and individual goals. What does an individual expect? Not just an online platform, but the overall holistic approach to a financial statement of an individual can only be done by not by an artificial intelligence communicator, but by a financial advisor, because he has the experience of working at the very ground levels of it. How can something which was made by the wisdom of a use of creativity of a person can possibly replace the creativity of a person? I mean, let's talk practically, right? With this, I would just like to conclude. A complex and such an activity like investment, which is actually, in fact, can be a source of money for not just the wealthy investors, but for the people who are working at the very ground levels. How would they trust artificial intelligence when they can have a contact with a human?
Continuing with the conclusion of my worthy opponent, she talked about the people who are at very ground level, right? Let's take small investments. Let's say 5,000 or 6,000 rupees. I'm interested to invest. Khushi, do you do investing?
Yes, I do.
What app do you use?
I use Zerodha.
Zerodha. Okay, so there are various apps in the market. Zerodha, Grow, Upstocks. Let's take an example of Upstocks. Do you know Upstocks use an artificial intelligence named Smart Advisor to generate the data, to give the trends, and to help us in maximizing our portfolio.
I am aware, but I would like to make you aware of one thing. There is a company named Tate Solutions Limited. Just a very simple phenomena which happens very commonly in Indian markets. A foreign investor plunges a large amount of money in a company. The share prices of the company rises until the public believes, and the artificial intelligence believes that, oh my God, the company's turnover is increasing, the company's market cap has increased, the company is growing, the management is growing, the audit reports are favorable, and so the company is worth investing in. Turns out, I personally was a victim of the same thing. An artificial intelligence advice gave me, and it is not just the Upstocks and Zerodhas that the private markets are there. If you would please let me complete. Even the banking sector, SBI has its own SBI Securities app. It provides advices as well. But I invested in the Take Solutions. The share price when I invested was at 71 rupees, which in just nearly in the next month is now currently at rupees 18. Yes. Why? Because the investors took out the entire money and now the public money is blocked. How did the advice come to me? I did not know. Take Solutions Limited.
Just a second, please. So, Khushi, you think that artificial intelligence won't be able to recognize it correctly and on time. So, do you think the ups and downs occurring in the market will be recognized by human on the very spot? Or they will be able to come back on the very same time? let's take an example of COVID. Do you think human-based financial advisors were giving a comeback to these unpredictable situations?
If I may, just to counter on it, there's one more company. It's called Kelton Inc. Its share price stood at 101 during the COVID times. And my Mamaji itself, being a chartered accountant who is working as a financial advisor, asked him, Mamaji, what do I do? I've already survived a loss in this, and that was a lot of money involved. 5,000 rupees for me, as somebody who's not earning enough, is a lot of money. So, Mamaji, should I invest in Kelton? Artificial intelligence gave me this. And he replied to me, no. Why? Khushi, I have studied the reports and I can tell you the share price is going to plunge in the next 6 months.
So, Khushi,
sir, the rate of the share went down. Share is at 88 rupees.
Khushi, just a second.
It was a financial advisor, sir, that I trust and not the artificial intelligence, because if I may use Hindi for just one moment, हमारे बोला जाता है दूध का जला छाछ भी फूंक के पीता है.
Khushi, just one thing. Do you think every one of us sitting here has a Mamaji like you who has a rent?
Okay. When Dhoni came to bat, if you would have asked AI, he would have suggested Yuvraj Singh.
Okay.
He was in-form batsman, but Dhoni came to bat. And you know, cricket is a game of uncertainty, and so is Indian market. It is very irrational.
Correct.
So don't you think intuition can tackle market uncertainty better than AI-based logic systems?
Sir, I would like to answer. Let's take the very same example of cricket. When Dhoni came to bat, AI would have predicted Yuvraj Singh. So do you think at that very moment of time, humans have predicted Dhoni? They may or may not, since the situation was very uncertain. Same goes with COVID, which I also stated during my delivery of speech, that there are some uncertain situations to which humans and AI, both of them cannot predict certain things. So apart from that, we could use AI, and in fact, we are using.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Khushi.
Yes, sir.
But do you think intuition can tackle market uncertainty better than AI-based logic systems?
Thank you so much for the question, first of all. Intuition, as my fellow participant said in the previous speech, intuition was what took Rakesh Jhunjhunwala to heights in the Indian markets. Intuition, on my very own judgment, is very precious to me, because somehow there's a feeling inside me that, okay, this is right. Why? Because I studied it, I have the knowledge of this, but when I apply myself and put myself in the stage, in the presence of the one who is actually investing, I would be able to be a better advisor. Artificial intelligence is just working on predefined matters. It does not use its brain. A chartered accountant that I am going to be, and if I was to work as a financial advisor, I would look at 10 different ways to invest my money. I would suggest my client that you can invest the entire in debentures if they have a conservational approach, or you can go up to how much you can invest in equity as to their risk appetite. However, an AI-based approach is just going to look at their funds and be, okay, this is your risk appetite, invest here, and invest here. But I, other than just stock market, can also explain my client how they can engage in estate, how they can invest in real estate, how they can invest in stages that is not the share market, and which is
up for speaking, and the topic is cryptocurrency is a game changer. And for the motion, we have Mr. Abhishek Chaubey. Cryptocurrencies, a bubble waiting to burst. Against the motion, we have Miss Hamanpreet Kaur. So please, can we have both of you on stage?
the Videocon scam, the Rotamac Pens Limited scam, the Nirav Modi scam that looted thousands of people, ladies and gentlemen, left them all with just one simple question: why us? A very good morning to the esteemed panel of judges, dignitaries, and members of the House. The motion for the debate is cryptocurrencies a game changer or a bubble waiting to burst, and I, Abhishek Chaubey, firmly stand for the motion. The question I asked, ladies and gentlemen, could have been avoided had these people used cryptocurrencies as a store of value and not their banks. Ladies and gentlemen, these blockchain technologies use decentralized networks in a way that, safeguards their money against any type of frauds in the new normal. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that these are more than digital coins. In the name of fear of failure and risk of uncertainties, is it justified, ladies and gentlemen, to stop, investing in cryptocurrencies? Had the ISRO scientists thought of the same fear of failure, today Chandrayaan 3 wouldn't have landed on the lunar surface, the South Pole, quote unquote, and we would have still been crying about the failure of Chandrayaan 2. Ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Shri Harivansh Rai Bachchan ji, if they can be volatile, if the US dollars can be volatile, what is the problem with cryptocurrencies being volatile, ladies and gentlemen? Today I ask you. Now, my worthy opponent side, opposition might as well say that cryptocurrencies are being used for a lot of criminal activities. It's okay, I agree to that. But let me ask you one simple question, ma'am. Don't you feel that the traditional currencies have seen their fair shares of ups and downs and they have been used for all types of crimes? Answer that, ma'am. At the same time, if the traditional currencies were so flawless, ladies and gentlemen, then we wouldn't have seen the banning of 500 and 1000 rupee notes. Why are the 2000 rupee notes out of circulation? This is a rhetorical question. The answer lies with you, ladies and gentlemen, the members of the House. At the same time, I would like to highlight that these have to, a normal crypto transaction. Ladies and gentlemen, PM Modi ji in one of the summits, in the India-Asia summit, that we need to maintain a balanced approach between the haves and have-nots because every coin has two sides to show. So we need to be smart enough to know where to invest, where to disinvest, and where to stay stable. Thank you and have a nice day.
Shall I start? People, what are we waiting for? Another Harshad Mehta scam to happen? Another Ketan Parekh or UTI scam to happen? Or millions of people to suffer? Frankly, I'm amazed to know that what people consider to be a game changer is actually not. Good afternoon to all the ladies and gentlemen present here. My name is Harmanpreet Kaur and today I stand here to strongly advocate that cryptocurrencies are just a bubble waiting to be burst. Let me ask a very simple question to the knowledgeable and learned youth present here. What is exactly a cryptocurrency? What is exactly Bitcoin? Is it a currency? Is it a commodity? Is it a security? Or is it an asset? Or it's just a new word that scientists and experts are trying to level. But as of now, none of us has a clear picture what the crypto is, what the crypto was, and what the future of crypto is likely to be. I would also like to 100% with no set of benefits available. In G20 Summit 2, that cryptocurrencies regulations are needed to be developed. So, ladies and gentlemen, the question I here is, if all the world leaders expect this thing and have no confidence in this thing, then how we could expect this thing to revolutionize the world? Let me bring a very important point to all of you. A report by Google Cloud last year states that 80% of the hacks, if Oppenheimer would never have developed, really sorry.
Okay, so let me just ask you one simple question, ma'am. Right now, you just proved my point. Thank you for that. When you said that our very own Finance Minister in Budget 2022 taxed cryptocurrency at the rate 30%, you said it half. The full statement is she taxed it at the rate 30% plus 1% TDS. Do you know what TDS means? She has done that to trace the crypto transactions. Now, don't you feel that the government is, rather not banning it, in fact, it's showing its interest. If I don't see any interest in something, why would I say? Another point, by your speech, we can get a sense that you're trying to say that these things are illogical and illegal and they should be banned. You quoted a country. Right. Very good. It's a good statement. But let me just tell you that the RBI had given a ban on cryptocurrencies in this very nation. But the Honorable Supreme Court of India in the year March 2020 had removed the ban over cryptocurrencies.
I would like to counter that
Do you want
argument.
to say that the Honorable Supreme Court's decision is illegal, it is illogical? Because if you say that, and if you intend to say that, this means that you are calling the Supreme Court of India and their decision to be vague. How do you would like
I would like to counter that argument that Supreme Court has pointed this argument that RBI didn't have the power to ban cryptocurrency. Why? Because the Supreme Court classified that cryptocurrencies are neither asset, obviously, and they are neither a currency. Then how RBI can ban this? The Supreme Court itself clarified that the cryptocurrency neither a currency nor asset. Then how will you justify your statement?
The Supreme Court of India.
Also, I would like to add that the Securities Commission the Security Commission in India had posted billion of these charges on Binance.
Okay, ma'am,
the
sorry
biggest
to
crypto
interrupt, but I'll
trading
have to correct a few
in
things
the
here.
world.
Firstly, the Supreme Court wasn't confused whether it's an asset, illegal, legal. Let me tell you what the Supreme Court has said, even the finance minister, anyone can Google it. They have basically said that it's a digital asset. So you said, no, what is this? Is it money? Is it this, that? What is it? It is a digital asset, to answer your first question. And number two, tell me something. Do you have any idea how much time does a wire transfer payment take to complete? Do you have any idea how much time does an international cross-border payment take? Do you have a timing? Number of days? No, right? I'll help you with that. A normal wire transfer payment transaction takes about 2 business days to complete. An ordinary, international payment, cross-border payment takes about 3 to 5 business days. In a global economy where we are evolving, where things have been changing so rapidly, how do you expect to put the trade and commerce to a standstill for 3 to 5 business days? But with just a click of internet, with just one stroke of internet and having cryptocurrencies in our hand, I can make sure that all these problems can be solved, and the traditional financial system, the falsetto that has been created by this, can be exchanged by the
I would like
cryptocurrencies,
to
which are
counter that
logical.
argument, please. Let me speak. We are not able here to fight, right? So I would like to point that they are backed with zero intrinsic value and they are so volatile in nature. So you expect these people to invest their hard-earned money in this particular thing where they lost million of rupees. Did you expect this? You are also aware about the FTX exchange collapse which have happened last year. How would you justify that?
Firstly, let me tell you that these losses, when you're saying these losses, these are actually not losses. When you're about to buy a mutual fund, they say that mutual fund investments are subject to market risk. Read all scheme-related documents carefully. When you know about all the regulatory frameworks, when you know these are volatile, you might as face losses. You might fail in these cryptocurrencies. Why on the first side did you go to buy a cryptocurrency? Like the main
But their value are really determined by someone's tweet.
No one is pushing us to buy a cryptocurrency coin, ladies and gentlemen. No one is expecting us to buy a Bitcoin. It's your decision after all to go and buy one. Now, if you buy on your own risk, you can't stand on a podium and say that it is not a game changer. So the very stance that cryptocurrency is a game changer has been reincarnated in this debate today, and I firmly stand for the motion and rest this case. Thank you.
Abhishek,
Yes, sir.
I am impressed by your deliberation, and I also think it's a game changer. Now it is very complex for me. So how I should be included in this game changer system? How to start?
So
How should I start?
Yes, sir. So just to answer that question, we are novice in every particular sector. For example, a few years back, I didn't know what stock markets. I'm talking about myself, sir. So what I did is that I did a few basic research. I used tools like AI software in these days, as we rightly discussed. I used it and put my brains into, what actually it is. And once I got to know, now when you're talking about cryptocurrencies, it's rightly said by side opposition that regulatory frameworks are not there to that extent. It's fine. I would rather look into that as well, and I would rather see that things are a little vague over here. After having the
No, Abhishek, I am interrupting you.
Yes, sir.
I am just asking, I am a layman about cryptocurrency.
Okay, sir.
How should I start?
So firstly, I'm just repeating myself here. Firstly, we need to, learn a little more about cryptocurrencies because we have little.
No, you are my financial advisor.
Okay, sir.
Not AI.
Okay.
Natural advisor.
Yes.
I am a layman. I just want to explore the world of cryptocurrencies. Advice.
So the first thing I would like to say that, there are many types of cryptocurrencies. One Bitcoin costs about 22 lakhs, but there are a few other coins like Tether and, dollar coins, which are worth single digits. So my suggestion to you would be start investing in, these Bitcoins or cryptocurrencies whose value are rupees 10, Indian rupees, INR, 10 or 4 rupees, just to learn. And once you get your hands free on that, you can start investing in Bitcoins that are, costly or maybe worth in lakhs.
No, I want your hand holding. How to invest?
So basically you mean to know what is the process?
I am a purely layman.
Okay, sir. So
how to start? How you just give me hand holding.
Okay, sir. So when it comes about Bitcoin investing, there are various platforms on the internet where you can go, you can buy your own. In fact, there's a site called probably 101bitcoin.com where you can get the entire list of the last closings. At the same place, it's mentioned over there that you have the option of buying and selling Bitcoins. You have the options. You can choose the Bitcoin that suits your portfolio, and then by doing that, you can start investing. So there are these platforms on the internet.
Okay. So I am a chartered accountant and it take too long to make me introduce these cryptocurrencies. So cryptocurrencies, do you think will provide financial inclusion in unbanked or underbanked areas?
Of course, sir. So the traditional financial systems are also lacking in various parts of not just the country, but over the globe. But everyone in today's time, including poorest of the all countries like South Sudan, have internet connections with them. Now, anyone can invest in a traditional cryptocurrency worth a single digit. Like for INR, I'm talking about INR. So if you have internet connection, you might as well go there and on the portal, obviously, and you can buy one cryptocurrency. So it's just at the stroke of internet, sir. Where traditional financial systems can't go, the cryptocurrencies have already intruded those places. It's not about it, it's already included, sir.
Okay, thank you, Abhishek.
Thank you, sir.
Harmanpreet. Harmanpreet. During your speech, you told Supreme Court is against the idea of winning cryptocurrency. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Supreme Court, the apex body.
Supreme Court is not exactly against. They just stated that RBI has no right to ban the cryptocurrency because RBI stated this statement that cryptocurrency is neither an asset nor a currency. That's why it don't come under your area.
Then who will ban? Who will ban the cryptocurrency? It means RBI, Supreme Court is against the idea of banning the cryptocurrency.
No, I don't. Yes, Supreme Court is against the idea of banning cryptocurrency because I stated
but
that.
Little earlier, what you said, Supreme Court was not against the idea of banning cryptocurrency.
Yes, because it don't fall under the preview of the RBI guideline of the RBI. That's why, because it's neither an asset nor a currency. That's the problem in crypto. We can't exactly bifurcate that whether it's a currency or whether it's an asset. El Salvador considered it as a legal tender.
I think you have covered only one aspect of the things. Yes. What Supreme Court decided on the matter. Yes. Are you aware of the full text of the judgment?
Sir, I am only aware about this.
Okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, speakers. Now, last but not the least, we have Team J coming up, and their topic is Environment, Social and Governance Investing, a fad. We have Mr. Aman Sahu, and the Environment, Social and Governance Investing, the new norm. Against the motion, we have Mr. Pradeep Kumar Harga.
In the 21st century, there evolved a new concept for the corporates, ESG investing, environmental friendly, socially responsible, and corporate governance. Coming on to the point, what is ESG investing? ESG is an acronym that socially conscious investors use to set their standards and select their investments for environment, social, and governance. Environmental factors deals with the conservation of natural resources. Social factors deals with how the companies treat their employees inside and outside their organization. Corporate governance deals that how a company is actually run. For instance, diversity of board members, etc. Coming on to the topic, ESG investing a fad or the new norm. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Aman Sahu and I am going for the notion. I'm here to speak that ESG investing is a fad. There are concerns that ESG investing may not be sustainable in the long run, and it is just a fad that is going to fizzle out in the recent years. Let's address these concerns one by one. The first and foremost, ESG investing is a subjective criteria. What may be environmental friendly, what may be socially responsible for me is different for that other person. This is where the investors find it difficult to actually evaluate the performance of ESG funds. ESG is highly expensive as compared to other traditional methods of investing. This is my second case. It incurs high expenses, it incurs high fees, which often eats out the investor's return. Thirdly, ESG is ineffective in driving out a real change. Where companies engage in greenwashing, where companies engage in making superficial changes rather than actually making substantive efforts to bring out a positive change. Fourth opinion and the rising concern, ESG investing is more driven towards marketing and public relations efforts. The companies, they engage in building their public image rather than being genuinely committed to being socially responsible. This is where investors lack the understanding. This is where investors find it difficult to actually differentiate between a company who is actually trying to make a difference, a company who is actually trying to get to a positive change, and a company who is just using its resources to capitalize on this trend. At last but not the least, I want to conclude by saying that ESG investing took off and it's getting worn out. The artificial intelligence of 6 years ago, combining 3 different components, environmental, social, and governance factors into one rubric is unwieldy and is a complicated investment strategy. This is where I rest my case that ESG investing is going to wane out. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Adit Herga and I stand in strong opposition to the notion that ESG investing is just a fact. You see, the relevance of ESG is simply not up to debate today because even our CA final AFM syllabus includes the impact of ESG on business valuation in a separate section of our textbook. And you see, ESG investing is simply the idea of adhering to ESG practices during various stages of the investing life cycle, be it the screening stage, the due diligence stage, or the post-investment phase. I will now take the next 2 minutes to explain why this is indeed the new normal. But first of all, let me take a moment to address this antiquated assumption that there exists some lack of transparency or standardization in ESG norms globally, because that criticism simply doesn't take into account the latest regulatory advancements. You see, the IFRS just 2 months ago released the IFRS S1 and S2 reporting frameworks with the specific intention of converging global ESG reporting standards. We had the EU CSRD and the SEBI BRSR also come up with the concept of double materiality, which is basically a concept where disclosures are required on events that are not only causing impact from a financial risk perspective, but also solely from the impact that they cause to the world. And this is key information that investors are using today to make better decisions. The biggest push factor would probably be from governments worldwide, and the improved regulatory framework that I addressed earlier is simply one of the ways that they're trying to crowd in private investment within this space. And there's also a pull factor for investors, because if you think about it, there exists a tangible business case for investing in ESG positive companies. You have sticky revenues, you have lower attrition, you have higher brand value, And you also have a lower risk because you're investing in only those companies that are setting themselves up to become sustainable entities in the future. And trust me when I say that investors are rising to the clarion call of this new world order, exemplified by one statistic. As my fellow participant also mentioned, the ESG-rated AUM is expected to hit a high of $53 trillion as per Bloomberg Intelligence by 2025, which is over a third of the global AUM. Now, to conclude, I'd just like to mention that we are all aware of the B20 summit happening in Delhi as we speak. You see, the theme of the summit is an acronym called RAISE, which stands for Responsible, Accelerated, Innovative, Sustainable, and Equitable Businesses. When Uday Kotak spoke in the summit yesterday, he explicitly mentioned how investors need to start assessing existential viability before assessing business viability. Again, proving the impetus that they are providing on ESG investing. Now you have to think, ladies and gentlemen, G20 countries control 85% of the global GDP. If India has chosen its first G20 presidency, its first B20 summit to focus on ESG, it shows that ESG investing is not just a fad, ladies and gentlemen. It is the new normal. Thank you very much.
Well, I like to counter this with this. According to recent developments, tobacco, these Marlboro cigarette companies have been awarded greater points in the S&P 500 global index as compared to Tesla. Tesla just got 37 points. Tesla is really driving to make a positive change. Tesla is electrifying us. Tesla is bringing the technology, and they have got this lower ranking just because of this ESG investing. So what are your comments on that?
Sir, again, this is quite fact. I mean, even if you would have seen Elon Musk's contradictions on what he's spoken about the lower ESG rating. Yeah, of course he does. And that's simply because, as I was saying, the global regulatory bodies are working towards the convergence of standards. So, for example, in the US, the double materiality framework that I mentioned earlier hasn't been implemented in the US yet, which is why the Tesla's products, the impact that it causes on the environment is not currently measured as per US regulations. And this is where the ISSB comes in, because with the IFRS S1 and S2, what they're trying to do is take the best practices of different reporting frameworks.
Now you take the example of US. Let me counter that.
Yeah.
There are only a few countries sitting in the Silicon Valley, sitting in the Wall Street, making this debatable topics about ESG investing sitting over there. Don't you think there is Western dominance over the developing countries in implementation of ESG investing? Because you only talk of US. What about developing countries like us in India, like any other developing country? Don't you think there needs more conversation, there needs more interaction and debates in form of ESG investing? And in this 2 to 3 years, the Bloomberg index has fallen. The BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, says that it's a woke capitalism. He says that don't want to debate on this. It's rather more politically driven. The Republicans in the US, they just don't support it. So don't you think it's better politically driven rather than investing for the common people?
Again, this is such an unfortunate assumption that not only you saw, that several individuals and academicians have, is that this is a concept restricted to the West. You see, every single APAC country, and this is research that I've done, has raised some form of sovereign bonds, which is either a green bond or a sustainability linked bond or a sustainability linked loan. You see, these are products that are being created in the fixed income market, and this is what's interesting about ESG, right? And let me just address this through a 30-second answer. It's not just restricted to the public markets. ESG investing is not even just restricted to fixed income products. We're seeing private equity funds have specific ESG related funds. Such, private equity firms such as Carlyle, Bain Capital, TPG, even Blackstone and KKR have dedicated ESG related funds. At the same time, we're having sovereign wealth funds betting the wealth of the entire country that they're generating on ESG related investments. At the same time, we also, one second.
Complete.
So just let me complete my point, sir.
Let me
complete my point,
Let me counter on this.
Fair enough. Please go ahead.
You asked for 30 seconds. I have given that.
Sure.
Come on. Then now coming on to the next point, let's move out of this political interference and the US. Don't you think ESG investing is driven more by exuberance and rather than less by pragmatism? Don't you think there are inflated prices in ESG investing? Don't you think there are more marketing in ESG which leads to these inflated prices, which leads to resource driven, like ESG needs a lot of resource driven technology. So don't you think it requires a lot of funding, don't you think it incurs a lot of expenses as compared to traditional form of investing?
Sure, sir. And again, I have read the same article from which you're stating that ESG funds are inherently more expensive. But the issue there is that they're comparing it with passive funds. You have to understand, sir, that any active fund that you choose will always have a higher expense ratio than a passive fund. And at the same time, sir, what you need to understand is that, again, there's a folly, right? You think that the higher expense ratio is not justified because the current returns aren't justifying the higher expense ratio that we're paying. So just let me conclude this point. ESG investing inherently is a long-term strategy. It's meant to build out over decades because you're investing in sustainable companies for the long term, which is why okay, sure, sir. Sorry, apologies.
Aman.
Yes, sir.
What is the difference between socially responsible investing, SRI, and ESG?
So ESG investing, as I said, sir, it's combination of three factors. Environmental, you need to ensure that environmental is safe, and the companies need to ensure that the environmental is safe, and socially they have met the requirements, and there is corporate governance before investing. And socially responsible investing, sir, what I mean is to say is, so it's like investing in the renewable energy sources, investing in the healthcare, investing in the problems of the country that can be solved on a generation basis.
Adit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just a simple question. What is the difference between CSR and ESG?
So again, so CSR is probably a subset, I would say, of ESG, because what CSR says is it basically mandates you to spend 1% of your net profit on certain sustainable activities. But ESG is a much wider framework because it isn't just making you commit a certain percent of your profit to sustainable initiatives. What it's doing is it's holding you accountable to see if your entire business operations are inherently sustainable, and whether there's any plan in place, if it's not today, whether there's any plan in place to make it sustainable over the next 2 decades. And that is the difference, primary difference, I believe, between ESG and CSR. CSR would just form a small subset of the wider umbrella that is ESG.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
So we can conclude now? Yes? Alokji, we can conclude. It was really mesmerizing.
Well, what a fantastic debate. I must congratulate to you all. And, you know, when we are just selecting these topics, so there is something back in my mind that when you will be coming up with all your points and counterpoints, there is a lot of research you will be putting into, and that is what is quite evident. Moreover, you almost appreciate when we have just, you know, listened to all these views. So certainly there's a lot of learning. And like a topic like crypto, right? So when we read all the newspaper and all the air is going against the crypto, but the way that has been taken for the motion is absolutely brilliant. And likewise, you know, as already stated, I'm again saying it once more, please don't get, you know, down by the result. These are only numbers. Main thing is, you all should be proud of that you are sitting here, you are participating at this platform, and you have taken up a decision to participate at branch level. Then you are selected as a winner at regional level. So please, when you are going back to your town, when you are meeting your friends back there, just give them a message to initiate, to take this first step, to come out. The institute is organizing all these events all throughout the country, and yes, we want more and more students to participate. So at least those who have contested anywhere at the branch level must be so much interested in, you know, finding out as to what is the result of this national contest, how our colleagues are placed, and there is a lot of learning. I think there's a lot of learning for all of us. And my sincere thanks to all the three judges who
Alok
have
ji, we
been
learned
so
a lot.
much.
We learned a lot from the students, the future chartered accountants. So
Certainly.
we must give standing ovation to the students.
So, yeah. Of course, I think so. They deserve so. And sir, whenever.
Khushi and Hirwani, the way they each other counted themselves, that was excellent.
Certainly. Sir, when we contest, at national level, when we organize these contests, so the kind of the talent which we see is just, a surprise for all the judges. I mean, this is a kind of a feedback I received everywhere. When we just, look at the talent, what all these students are having, this is amazing. So, my best wishes to you. So, after going back, also concentrate on your exams. November attempt is coming nearby. So, please do focus on that. And you may also be aware that we are also conducting various conferences. National conferences are there, mega conferences are there. So, please do participate as a paper presenter also. And motivate your friends also to come forward. There is nothing to lose. There is nothing to lose, and I think so you can convince them very well. All what I can see her second or third time, I don't remember her name. This is a very familiar face. So now they are coming at NTH, different NTH, and this been, I mean, at times we have to also put down some restrictions, because when we see similar faces coming again and again, to give chances to all other students also. So never take, all these kind of decisions. Just try to appreciate the background behind it. And I wish you all the best. Now you all can join us for the lunch. And also, since the quiz competition is going on, it is a very interesting one. Please motivate your colleagues there. And once that quiz competition will be over, we can again assemble here for the final valedictory. So your results will be announced in the valedictory round. Okay. So thank you so much. And this has been such a wonderful day for me since morning. Thank you.
Some energy, yeah.